beautiful.
My gun is a part of me.
Не жалей патронов, пусть пойдет дождь. 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 патронов. Пусть пойдет дождь.
I have rebooted the computer. I have no idea where that noise is coming from. I hear it through my speaker system, and I'm wondering if someone is hacking through my modem or something to get their game going. I have no idea what the problem is. Hopefully you guys can hear me, and hopefully I'm on. So let's just double check. Everyone there, let me know. The tourists have arrived. Another plane. Okay. Dr. Fox was in video intro soundtrack. Yep. Reloaded after. Okay. All right. Yeah, you might have to refresh your screen. And I'm still not sure exactly what is going on here. When I turn my volume up, there is definitely some background audio in there somewhere, and I have no idea where it's coming from. I've gone through every screen that I've got here, so I'm a little bit on the baffled side, you guys. Because I had to reboot, everything will be messed up in my computer, so this is going to take a little bit to straighten it all out, but we'll do that on the fly. Anyway, welcome to all of you. I'm glad to have you all on board, and yeah, everyone might need to refresh. We'll get at things here and say congratulations to Janice for being first, and Janice gets the cookies. There we go, got that out of the way. Welcome to the moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and Lucas Snow, and possibly Joseph Fields, Texas. So welcome all the moderators, and welcome to everyone that's in here. Like I say, I have no idea what where that other noise is coming from in the background. I hope it's not bleeding through right now, because I did turn the music input off, but I am still hearing it over top of my speakers here locally. So I'm baffled. And the funny part was, yeah, you can hear it now, but that's good. What is funny is I didn't have it on anywhere. I have no idea how it is being generated or where it's being generated. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. Although I do hear it. It's still in the background here. And I'm wondering if we've got something crossing over somewhere that shouldn't be, or somebody is hacked through my modem playing a game, although I shouldn't be hearing it. Background hum. Okay, well, there's always going to be a hum because of the fans going. But I'm wondering about the other stuff, though, the audio. Like if I turn it back up, I know there's definitely audio there. I can see it on the meters. I can even see, I can even hear it. Somebody is playing a game for sure. Just don't know which game it is and how that's happening. Anyway, yep, still there. Yeah, I just turned it back down, so hopefully that will disappear. Can hear it when you turned it up. Yeah, it really, that kind of stuff really bugs me, because like I say, I have no idea where that come from. Anyway, welcome to everyone. Let's start out by saying welcome to Hermione and Fluffy and Paul Williams and King Colin Deadman and Henry Nelson, Alba Girl, Sue Hayes, Paul Williams, did I say your name? Sharon Stewart, welcome, I can hear you. And let's see, who else we got? John Raper in, welcome. Henry we got, scrolling upward, Mars 2028. I hope you don't end up with copyright strikes because of someone else using your system without permission. Yeah, I have no idea what to do with that. That is absolutely weird and makes no sense to me at all. But as long as I keep the volume turned down, we can't hear it. So on the music side. So hopefully whoever it is using that will cease and desist. Maybe it's some kind of a bleed through or something. Anyway, who else we got in here? Alba Girl, welcome. Yeah, Paul Williams, I got you. And going up, Kevin Haynes is back. Welcome, Kevin. Also want to say a big thank you to Irish Monk for gifting the 10-pack of the memberships. That was very kind of you, Irish Monk, wherever you are. And let's see. Who else we got in here? Going up, looking for more wonderful names. And Linda Schoof, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And let's see who else we got. Got King Colin. And I know I missed a bunch because I rebooted the system here. So Lizoid is on board. Welcome. Brian Perfectability 999 also here. Good to have you here, Brian. Wormhand is there. Welcome. And let's still scrolling up, looking for other good names. Nancy Buchanan, welcome back. Sounds like a kid's video game. Yep, it certainly did. And some kind of a video game anyway. Alright, I'm up as far as I can see right now. Hopefully that has got most of you. If I did not call your name out, you can yell at me. I'm busy and preoccupied doing other things. Welcome, Layla. And let's see, I'm trying to see. I still don't see where that noise would be coming from. It's just absolutely it's weird. It's like that the other day when we had somebody chatting. I'm wondering if somebody's hacked into something somewhere and doing that. Gonna end up having to change the password on my modem, I think, and get that a little bit more tight and secure. Maybe somebody has figured that one out, and hopefully it'll be okay in the future. Anyway, so yeah, interesting news. We have procured access to a very nice site. You will find the link down in the description, and the site is called Earth Scope Consortium. Earth Scope Consortium, I do believe. Let me double check that, make sure it did actually end up in there. And yeah, Earth Scope Consortium. And what they do, they're kind of similar to USGS and those kinds of guys. They basically try to educate people on things like Earth happenings, like volcanoes and earthquakes and tectonic action and so on and so forth, and the history and basic education intended for educating people. And the nice part about them is I did get written permission yesterday to use all their material, so I'm very delighted about that. So that is all cool. And welcome, EC. Good to have you on board. Who else has snuck in here while I wasn't looking? Yeah, so that is one of the good news things that we had there. We also had some good news with last night and today. Popocatepetl is busy doing its thing. It had multiple eruptions during the night, and that is always nice. Nice to have another source available, you bet, Sue. And actually, it was a pleasure to get that email last night. And I really did appreciate that, because it's been a while. And always nice to get some new info. And new info, old info, and some, some good stuff for education. And that is, I think, the primary goal behind me getting that. So Sharon Stewart says, I hear you now, DrFox2000. Finally some action. Yeah, a little bit. Speaking of action, let's maybe go there first. If everything is working here, let me see. Oh no, I'm gonna have to fix that. Give me a second, you guys. Like I said, I had to reboot, so everything went wacko, and we'll see what we can do to straighten the mess out while we're on the fly here. So bear with me, and I'm just waiting for things to catch up here on my computer. If they will, maybe they won't. Okay, and why is that not? Oh, there, it's doing something. It's being slow. All right. It's not like it hasn't been rebooted for a while. Let's see if, and that'll switch again. Maybe it didn't like me doing what I did there. Okay, let's try it one more time here. And let's see if that is going to work. Okay, it did switch me. All right, so let's get over and see what we can come up with to get over to Popocatepetl and have a look. And of course, everything is in different locations, so it's always difficult to find things and make things happen. And we'll see if we can get this rolling here. Oh boy, I just gotta love when everything falls apart, eh? It's just excellent. And you figure you line everything up and then you're gonna have a good day, and then all of a sudden you hear weird noises, and it really makes a guy wonder what the heck is going on. The gremlins are back. I definitely need to get a gremlin emoji. Oh, let's see what we can do here. Okay, that one is okay. All right, let's stop our lava, and we'll see if we can show you. Let's see if I got that right. No, that's okay. That's okay. And did you did tell you I sent them back? Oh, you sent them back? I didn't want them, Piggy. How come you made that thing happen? Why do people ask what time is the stream on? If you need to know when the stream is on, please type VolcanoX into the stream, and it'll come up. And if you can't find it there, you can always look at the description. The thing is always there. Let's see what we can come up with here. Why is this not working for me? I'm trying to see why we've got things going. Okay, this is supposed to be a window open somewhere. Okay, all right, and now I got what I need. All right, let's pop you over to Popocatepetl, and we'll start there, and we'll go back to Iceland when we get back. So that is Popocatepetl right now, of course, in the clouds, doing its thing. Earlier it did look kind of like that at 9 something this morning, and of course when we go back we see a bunch of different puffs coming out, and earlier it did have a very large eruption at 7:10ish, and it continued to do that. It's continuing to do all kinds of puffing even earlier this morning, and there's at 6:30 you can see another one. So it is quite active. So last night I did record, let's see if we can get onto this one here. Okay, gonna pause that and get onto it. Now I did have nice music, and I'm hoping that we can do this. And oh, I don't hear that other background noise anymore. That is a good thing. So let's let this play, and we'll go from there. It does have music to start out with. I did turn that music down a bit. It should be all right. This is the first of the explosions, or the first view of the explosion. That was actually a very, very large. This is playing back at 4 times the time, the speed, because of their lower levels of activity there. Anyway, that looked pretty awesome, and it was neat to be able to see that. Now we did get it in 3 different angles, and then the last one is this first angle again, but in real time with sound. So I figured I'd do that so you guys can actually hear it. I will crank the sound up when we get to that last one, and I will stop talking so you can actually hear it. And people are saying, well, it was delayed, and that's exactly what I put down there. The time is delayed because the camera is a distance away from the volcano, so when you see it, it takes a little while to get there. This, we were very fortunate to be able to get this in color. This is one of the other angles, and because it was still early evening, 1927 or 7:27 in the evening, so that looked pretty awesome. And the other one, though, the third view again is back in black and white, so it is awesome to have that. Here's the third view, and again it did throw out those lava bombs were flying over well over 1,000 feet. So that is pretty awesome, and I'm gonna stop talking now. That music is dying out, or should be pretty quick, and we'll let you listen to the actual audio once it switches here. I'm just waiting for that thing to be over. Well, hopefully it will be right away. Welcome, Thor, and glad to have you on board. Who else popped in? OneFish26, hello, good to have you on board. And let's see. Okay, cranking the volume up for you. Hopefully that'll work. Okay, I don't know how well you could hear that, but I'm going to turn that back down, otherwise we're going to get drowned out here. and that was a pretty big blast. As you've seen, some of those boulders were flying all the way over to the right-hand side, and that was pretty wild to see. Very, very heavy duty as far as the actual blast was concerned. So that is just about it for this one eruption. And the other two, we had two more eruptions that we did film, and we're going to let you have a look at those as well. Yeah, glad to have that first one in there with the sound, and I thought it would be worthwhile for you guys to actually hear that. So, and that is it for this video. So, yeah, somewhere around here it'll end, and there we go. So let's leave that guy be. We'll put the other one on, and oh, hang on, I gotta restart that one completely. There we go. All right, so this one did not have any audio on it, but that's okay. We don't mind. And this, of course, is a eruption at 2226 is when this one happened. And again, it threw out quite a bit of material, a lot of lava bombs, lava, and other tephra flying through the air. So pretty awesome to see that one. And I just did 2-minute clips on these. So this is, of course, not the same as the first one. You can tell by the way the lava material is spread out. Pretty awesome to see. And yeah, you wouldn't want to be up there, Piggy, that's for sure. That would be really hot and dangerous. Some of those chunks that were flying out of there, actually on the first one they were the size of cars, and this second one I don't know. Let's look at this one here. This was pretty big chunks coming out as well, and you can see some of that. This is pretty awesome to see the larger pieces of lava. So definitely very active as of late, and this was at about 12:30, just after midnight for Popocatepetl. So flying bacon bits, my favorite. Yeah, you better have your hard hat on to be able to get out of the way of them. That is pretty dangerous. Anyway, this was the second video, so just thought I'd throw that in there. Thank you for the 3-minute warning, Piggy. And that was pretty awesome to see. And of course, it's been very, very busy since doing its other stuff. And right now, of course, it is buried in cloud. So, oh, look down on the bottom there, right above where it says Mexico. You see that one glowing spot there? That was a pretty big chunk of magma or lava that came down, and I'm surprised it's still glowing. And then you can see a few extra little bits flying out afterwards here. So definitely being very, very restless. And that's the end of that video. So thought I'd share that one with you guys, and pretty awesome. That's the other one, and this is back to normal. So we are just about at the break time. I'm going to see if I can load my music back up, since that doesn't automatically do its thing. I was lucky today. They unloaded my trailer today, and now I'm parked outside the company where I'll load tomorrow. Awesome, Thor. Glad that you got unloaded, and all good to go. Okay, so yeah, we know Popocatepetl has been doing its thing, and we hope to see a little bit more from it. Looking over quickly at our other one here, and that is Fuego in Guatemala. We do see that it is continuing to do its thing, and that was from earlier today at 8:30. Of course, it's in the clouds right now, so unfortunately we won't see a heck of a lot. It too has had some activity at night, and I can't record everything all the time, so we'll just kind of wing it through here for a little bit, and let's take a look at some of these blasts. I want to see this one. This was not bad, so not the biggest that we've seen come out of this volcano, but definitely worthy, so definitely something to look at, and glad that we've got a little bit of stuff happening. And that definitely was slower than most of their normal eruptions that we've got there. So a little bit of slow-mo lava from Fuego, and Fuego, of course, in Guatemala. So pretty cool. Anyway, it is break time, you guys, so I'm going to put you back over to the other screen here. And of course, this is, let's see, I gotta get my description up there. This is not the same video, this is a different day. This is from the 4th of August for the Siggy Fisher, and will do its thing. So, all right, for those good people that are here, if you haven't yet hit the like button, please do consider hitting the like. For the moderators, and just to let you know, we do have possibly some new visitors coming in. Som may be one of them, S-O-M, so and just be aware of that one. He is okay and certified, and don't throw him out. And on that note, for those good people who are here, hit the like if you haven't done that, and also if you haven't subscribed yet, please do consider subscribing if you are enjoying the show. No, Piggy, don't polish your snout. He's a good guy. S-O-M is the way his name is spelt. So, but there's one now that you gotta watch out for. Her name is Maria. She likes to hug people. Oh, hang on, Maria's a good person. We love Maria. She's all huggy. And I'm kidding. Maria, you're welcome to be here. Oh, anyway, I'm gonna go. I'll be back before I get in trouble. Don't go away, you guys. I'll be back. I'm gonna see if I can get some music on there now that that game is gone. I wonder where that came from. That was weird. Oh, all right. Music. Where is music? Media player. Oh, how about something soft to start out with? There we go. Good gig in the clouds. How about that? All right, I'll be back. Don't go away. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, with all kinds of technical difficulties. Keep smiling. Thanks. we go. The microphone is back on, and welcome to the Buffalo X live stream. I'm brought to you right from Yellowstone National Park. I figured they had them on the close-up as I was redoing things, and we figured I might as well throw that on and give you something different to look at. Thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Piggy and Maria and Kevin and Sue and One Fish 26 and very cool view. All right, Irish Monk, I hate my leg being in a cast. Your leg's still in a cast, Irish Monk? Did you break it again? Oh my God! I hope you're doing better, Irish Monk. No, yeah, I'm wondering what he's done now. Did you break your leg again? That is not a good thing. I would hate that too. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Yeah. No worries, Hermione. You eat away and enjoy it. Thank you, John Raper. All right, back to where we were, and we were here, but we were going to go to Iceland. And let me stop this wonderful video before that can runs out. There we go. Stopped it. And let's get to my proper screens here, since everything has moved and everything is no longer in its place. Where the heck is Iceland? There it is. I found Iceland. Yeah, it didn't go too far. Let's see if we can get them all up and running. Okay, Iceland is working. All right, let's do that real quickly, and there we go. All right, over to Iceland we go, and there it is, and it's not dark there yet. Yay! It's what is it? 8:47, just about 9 p.m. and there's still daylight. That is awesome. Nice to see that. And they even have the roof hatches open on the Perlin Center. You can see them right there. Look, it's open. And this one too over here. And that is pretty cool. Getting some fresh air in there, no doubt. Anyway, let's back that up about 9 hours, see what it looked like during the course of the day. And that should bring it back there to about 11:38 a.m. and beautiful view, lots of sunshine, and I'm sure those people are happy with the day being what it is there. So let's put that back on live. We'll get over to the other view. We missed sunset. Let's see if we can go back and see the sunset. Sun, oh, and just go ahead a little bit and watch it set. Right about there. Well, a little too far. Anyway, that is the airport view. That's the regional airport, not the international. And it's all good there. So you can see no snow anywhere. Beautiful views. And if we go back a little bit further, we go see what it looked like during the day. This is about 9 hours ago, and thereabouts. So a beautiful shot, and we like that, clear skies and things like that. So let's put that back on live. That is what it is presently. And Scott Hartman throws in a 5-pack of memberships. That is awesome, Scott. Thank you kindly for doing that. And here's our next scene, of course. I gotta write that down. Scott Hartman. Got it. And gifted a 5-pack. And congratulations to LOL Gemma Super Kitty and Phil and Raymond Bensler and oh, Super Kitty 2 got one too. Ha! And Arizona Snowman even got gifted one there. Awesome. And so Snowman is back as well. Nice to see that. So pretty cool. And hopefully we will see more of those people in here. Anyway, this is the shot from the Reykjanes Peninsula. And of course you can see the towers over there flashing. That, of course, is over near Grindavik, the lights of Grindavik kind of hiding in the steam here. And you can just see the top of Ragnar right over there in the distance. Of course, these steam vents, geysers as we call them, are continuing. And this is the geothermal power plant here doing its thing. And yes, that snow hasn't melted yet. It's still working on it, but it looks pretty awesome. We can hear you now, Sharon. Oh, we can see Sharon too. And that is awesome. And let's leave that place be. Actually, let's look at it about 9 hours ago first before we do that. They did have some clouds and stuff off in some areas, and I'm wondering if it was snowing or raining there when it was coming down. But hopefully it wasn't anything too severe. And we'll leave that be, put it back on live, and we'll go over to the next one. Going to make that one smaller. This is of course the view of Katla. Katla being underneath that big mound of ice right over there, and that is pretty awesome. And this is live, so it's nice to be able to see it in a live format. If we back up a little bit here, I'm wanting to get it back to the golden times, if you will, so we can see the sun setting a little bit better. And yeah, no clouds at the time. Looks pretty awesome there. Some people out and about doing their thing. So that is Katla, and that is off in the distance there. And if we go back even a little bit further, that sky was awful blue today. So beautiful for those people during that point in time. But earlier, yeah, earlier it wasn't so nice. This is 9 hours ago at Katla, and holy blizzards, Batman. And it definitely looked like it was snowing there. So that's the way it works. Back to alive, and that is what we've got right now. Let's pop over to our harmonic tremor charts and see what they are doing, and hopefully we can get to those if I can find them. Oh, they're way down at the other end now. Refreshing, and there we go. So of course, looking at what we've got, some tectonic action in the bottom here, definitely happening. Seismic action on the way up, and a magmatic action on the way down. So, kind of makes you wonder what the heck is going on there. The plates are moving. That's all I gotta figure. And let's leave Fragile be. We're gonna go up to our Askia one. Up in the top here. Let's zip up there real quick, and that is Askia. It is still not working. It is broken. All right, let's go down to Grimsey. There's Grimsey, and Grimsey, of course, the northernmost sensor in their network. And we see magmatic is down, seismic is down, and tectonic is down. So that's what's happening at Grimsey. Let's take a look at the Grindavik, and Grindavik, of course, representing about the same as what we've got at our wonderful Fragile. So whatever's happening there is tectonic in nature. At least that's what I would surmise looking at that. And if we slide over and take a look at the one for Krusovik, we'll get to that one in a second. There is Krusovik, and same kind of action downward on the magmatic stuff, upward on the seismic, and we are seeing, well, not quite as big of an increase here in the tectonic stuff. So we do have something happening underneath the Fraggerafjeld area that is probably a good thing. And we always like seeing things moving. The other one we wanted to take a look at was the one that was very active the other day with all kinds of tremors and things. And a little bit more, I guess. Too far. Okay. One click there. Voxosar, if I said it right. Voxosar. Anyway, you can see what's going on there. They seem to have uplift and down as far as magmatic as well. Seismic on the same upward curve. And a lot of little quakes in there. And that kind of make you wonder what's going on there. Are we getting echoing? Are we getting what? That's kind of interesting to see. Let's pop over to our earthquake map real quick and we'll start that out and see if we can find out what's going on. So in the last 24 hours we had 59 quakes according to the good scope up there. And let's take a look down here. First off, out in the water we have quite a few happening. 1.4 from 10 kilometers down, 3:42 a.m. 1.31, 10 clicks down, 5:31 as well. 4:30 we had a 1.38, 10 kilometers down. And then we've got a 1.3, 6.6 kilometers down, 2:33 a.m. 1.7 from 1827, 7.1 kilometers down, 0.5 in magnitude, 7.2 kilometers down from 1832. 1812 we had a 1.4, 7 kilometers down, 1.3, 5.5 kilometers down from 430, and a 0.13 from 4.3 kilometers down. And that was at 157. And then we'll get this one here, 0.42, 4.5 clicks down, 5:30 in the morning. Last one in the water, 1.06, 5 kilometers down, and that came in at 25 minutes after 10 a.m. Next one's on land, 0.59, and that is 5.2 kilometers down from 17 minutes after 10 a.m. This one here, 2:42 a.m., 0.07, very small, 4.4 kilometers down. Then we've got another one behind that guy, 0.45, sorry, 3.8 kilometers down at 8:14, and a 0.34, 4.1 kilometers down, 8:14 as well. And that is all on the other side. There's your Keflavik Airport. The Blue Lagoon is right in here, the power plant. These are on the other side. Grindavik is down here. The two radio towers we've seen are right there and there. Gives you a pretty good idea where we're at. And let's grab these here. 0.12, 4.7 kilometers down, 2236. 0.58, 4.9 kilometers down from 2059. And that just disappeared. 2217 we had a 0.15 from that's actually yesterday's, and that is 4.8 kilometers down. There was one more underneath here, I think. We got a 1.2 and a 1.8. 1.8 was 4.7 kilometers down, 2227. So, and that gives you us what we've got there. There's our Fraggerafjeld area, of course, that funny shaped outline, and you can see there that bottom triangle, that's a Ragnar, and of course this is the Siggy Fisher. After the break we'll come back and we'll take a look at the rest of the quakes there, and we'll carry on. At least we have a good place to go. And actually we got bacon seeds coming up, so keep smiling. We'll put you back on here since we don't have any other noise. And don't go away, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000, Going to take a break, 5 or 6 or 7 minutes, and I will be back after that. And we will have bacon seeds, and then we'll carry on with the earthquakes there in Iceland. Don't go away. I'll be back. Welcome, Wonky Donkey. All right. Where is it? Music. Cue the music. And there we go. That microphone is back on, and I'm trying to reset everything during the break here. So yeah, it's been a slice, and boy, I haven't even had time to take a swig of Pepsi. Hang on. I gotta have that before I can sing. And thank you for the welcome backs. Have a cookie with that Pepsi. Yeah, no, if I have a cookie, I can't talk. Thank you for the welcome backs from John and Kate and Wormhand and Oh Mummy of Hamsters and Sue and Kevin and where's that piggy? I can't see her. Yeah, I have no idea where she's hiding now. She's refusing to give the scissors back. Keep your tail tucked there, wonky donkey. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. There we go. And thank you, Grandma B, and Paul, and Mars, and Scott, and Alba Girl, and Hermione, and Fluffy, and I think I got you everybody in there. All right, bacon seed time. Let's get over to them, and I know they're loaded and working. And thanks, Ken and Aska's Country. All right, that's the last one from yesterday. Piggy, of course, sent us some new ones today, and there she is, doing her thing. First of the new ones is this one here. This guy looks cute looking over the fence at something. Blue eyes, ginger hair, awesome looking little bacon seed, and you gotta be absolutely fantastically liking that one, and like it. Some pig. Yep, orange sauce. Yep, definitely orange bacon. Next one is these two friendly fellas, kind of chuckling at the camera, and that is always awesome. We don't have as many today, so that's okay. Let's see what else we got. Little racing stripes, camouflage piggy, and that is awesome. I like that. Kind of cute. And little racer, and that is always nice. Next bacon seed is this one. I don't know if he's scared or he's camera shy or what the scoop is. He looks like a young'un though, very small little guy, and definitely gonna grow up to be a racer, and that is awesome. Rat-like pig. Well, I don't know if you want to call it a rat, but he's definitely a neat-looking little guy. Just a little teeny-weeny one. A day old, yeah, something like that, and pretty awesome. Next one is this, and that's the little one saying, "Hey, Mommy, save me!" And there's a Mommy, of course. Oh, I still have that other one open in the back. There we go. And of course, that little piggy is wanting to be safe. So very, very tiny indeed. And there's another one off on the right-hand side of that picture too, a little guy. So, yep, the mama's looking after the little ones. Next one is another one of these racing pigs, and they are small and cute. They've got stripes and all kinds of things. Pretty awesome to see. Special kind of bacon seed, and we have ones with those in the zoo. Oh, in the zoo. They run wild here. Well, not in the city. They do have them out in the country. We do have wild hogs in Alberta, so that's pretty cool. Wooded areas, they're pretty good at doing their thing. Go fast, bacon seed stripes. Yep, you bet. Next one. I think that one almost looks like the same one we had earlier. Did we have two the same? Maybe not quite the same. Was it? Yep, same picture. We got two the same. Piggy sent two the same. That's okay. We'll get to our next one, which is our last bacon seed for today. And that is this little guy, and he's mucking in the mud. He's going to need a hogwash. That is what this little guy is doing. He's going for the hogwash. So there are millions of wild hogs in Texas. It's a huge problem. Yep, there are. Wow, mouse-sized. Yeah, very, very small. And definitely going to be in need of a hogwash. So those are our bacon seeds today. I just want to make sure I didn't misload one here. If that was indeed the same one twice. Yep, she did send them. That's okay. We forgive Piggy. She's always done an awesome job, but sometimes things happen. It's all good. And thank you very kindly, Piggy, for sending the wonderful bacon seeds in, as usual. And you do a good job at that. And very, very cool. Okay, so let's get back to where we were. We were looking at the earthquakes in Iceland. And I'm trying to get myself back to that map first. And we'll get at it. So there we go. Now on the Reykjanes Peninsula, we went up to the ones here just outside of Grindavik and the Blue Lagoon. Let's move over. We didn't see anything in our wonderful Fagradalfjall area. There's Kristuvik, and there's the lake beside Kristuvik. And we do have a few underneath there. 6:44 a.m. 0.18, 6.2 clicks down, 0.5, 5.2 kilometers down, 2057 for him, 0.39, 5.5 kilometers down from 4:40 a.m., 0.13, 7.2 kilometers down 5 a.m., and a 0.1, 6 kilometers down from 2027. Oh, Mystery Volcano. Yeah, I forgot about that. Let's stop there. And we'll go do the Mystery Volcano. Let's, oh, I gotta stop this stuff again. And we'll stop that. Mystery Volcano. Did I even load it? I hope I loaded it. Was it this one? Let's see. Yeah, no, that wasn't the one we used. How come that Siggy Fisher thing is on? How about this? This is the one I used. Okay, so yeah, the Mystery Volcano. Somebody come up with something, and we'll see if anyone can. And no, it's not Fuego. Sorry. Yeah, it's. Oh, you want a clue? Okay, first clue, it's on planet Earth. Yeah, and that's the first clue. And let's see, what else are we going to throw there? No, it's not Erebus. It's not in Antarctica. Okay, that's your second clue. And it's not, no, it's not Merapi either. I'll give you a little hint. It is in the Ring of Fire. How about that hint? So that takes Etna out of there, and maybe even Santa Maria, or whatever they call that, a cape. So not Etna, definitely. That's not part of the Ring of Fire. So it's within the Ring of Fire. That means it's got to be somewhere in the Pacific region. That is a good hint. Have a good night, Piggy. Oh, Piggy is going night-night. Good night, Piggy. You have a wonderful sleep, and rest well, and we'll see you tomorrow. You need some extra sleep there. And no, it's not Popocatepetl. JF man, no, definitely not. Not Ruapehu, nope. No, Merapi has been asked before. I said no, so not Merapi. Augustine Island? I have no idea where Augustine Island is, but no. That's not popo popping, no. Yeah, EC, careful. Oh, EC knows. EC knows. And no, Sue, it's not Dacono. Let's see. When did this erupt last? I'm trying to think. Last eruption 2019. Yeah, something like that. It is an interesting one. We do like that picture, that's for sure. The other hint that I can give you is the other picture, and that is this picture. If that helps any, you guys. I'm lost in the name of this one. Okay, well, this is a second photo of it. I'm hoping that'll help. If that photo doesn't help, I have a third photo we can bring up. It's not Krakatoa. No, it is not. Let's see if we can find that third photo real quick and see if we can maybe enlighten you a little bit more. Well, Worm hand. Oh no, Sue got it first. Sue. Congratulations to Sue. That's a tricky one. It is Mayon, and that is the volcano. The volcano is called Mayon, and of course that is in the Philippines. I still want to bring up that other picture so you guys can see it a little bit better. And this is the other photo that I was going to use, but I thought this one had too many clues in it, and that is Mayon. And congratulations, Sue. You get the little stack of cookies there, and for getting that right. So, and no, Sue didn't know this one. It was a completely randomized from myself. So Henry says clues. They all have palm trees nearby. Not all of them, Henry. Not all of them. Many do. I should have used that one though, but that would have been kind of a sneaky thing. But that is what it looks like, and I thought it was pretty awesome to see that. And of course, that is the photo that we showed first, and give it to Wormhand, as I already said, Dacono. Oh well, it's too late now. Yeah, we're okay. We'll leave it as that, and I think Wormhand might have had a guess in there as well, or did he? No, he didn't actually, but it took him a while to figure out though. It's all good, you guys. Okay, there, that's out of the way. Congrats. Yep, copying Sue. Okay. No worries. We're all good with that. We will get over to our next thing here, and we'll make sure that our volcano off, picture off, lava off, and this back on. No, I don't need that on. Okay, I'm just trying to get everything turned back on that's supposed to be, and the other stuff removed here. Oh boy, it's one of those days. It's one of those days. And let's see, back to the earthquakes. There we are. So we've seen those ones around Krusevik, and nothing major going there. We do have a couple here, 0.46, 4.9 kilometers down from 8:45 a.m. and a very small 0.195 clicks down 702. And that is all good. And then we move on a little bit further to the northeast. 0.39, 8 kilometers down, 1:07 a.m. 0.65, 3.2 kilometers down, 22 minutes after midnight. 0.36, 7.4 kilometers down from 13:29. 0.03, very small, and that is 6.1 kilometers down, 13:13. 0.66, 4.3 kilometers down, 13:14. And this one from 8:28 a.m. 0.28, 7.1 kilometers down for that guy. Moving off, and that's everything out of the Reykjanes Peninsula. Moving off to other lands here, and that is a 0.20 to 6.8 kilometers down, 2030, what is it, 2035, and then we got 2.2s there, 5.5 kilometers down, 2111, and the other one is the latest one, 2111 as well, and that is a 0.2, 9.9 kilometers down. What's the depth on the other one? 5.5, and the other one 9.9. Very close in time and succession. Maybe an echo, something like that. Anyway, 1:27 a.m., a 0.17, 7.5 kilometers down for him. 0.25, 7.2 clicks down from 14:28. And over here at the most difficult name on the planet, Eyjafjallajökull, and that is a 1.1, and that was at 2.4 kilometers down, 3:55 a.m. for that guy. And Eyjafjallajökull is really not that hard if you know how to say it. E15 for short. Thank you, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. 0.2 or 42, 7.7 kilometers down, 12:03 for that one in the Katla area. The other one here, 0.38, 3.7 kilometers down, and that is 4:26 a.m. So that is very interesting. And then up here we got a 1.07, 9.6 clicks down, 9:26 is the time on it. We got a 0.6 here, 4.6 kilometers down. There's actually 2 quakes there. This one is from 1741, and then there's a smaller 1.1, 5.5 kilometers down, and that is from 1853. And then we go look at Grimsvatn. We don't see anything right there, nothing at Bardbunga, and we see this 0.9 out here all by itself. 1.1 in depth for the 0.9 from 2039. And next one we're looking at is Askja, and Askja has a 0.66, 4.7 kilometers down, 1431, 0.19 in magnitude, 4.3 kilometers down, and 3:28 a.m. Then we've got a 0.24, 4.1 kilometers down, 1:23 a.m. for that guy. Nothing that is going to scream at you saying it's going to erupt. Over here and beside Herdebreit to the southeast, we have a 0.36, 1.6 kilometers down from 2144, a 0.25 from 6.5 kilometers down, 7:40 a.m., and a 0.5, 5.4 kilometers down from 1838. And let's go up here in the water. Well, not quite. Let's do this one on land here. 0.74, 11.6 kilometers down, 5:20 a.m. No, I don't want him. I want this one. And let's just look. Way east of Grimsey, from 3:41 a.m., we had a 1.09, 14 kilometers down. Then underneath there, in between Grimsey and the main land base, we have a 0.59, 12.7 kilometers down, 10:57 a.m. Let's grab this one over here in the bay, a 0.78 and 6.5 kilometers down, 10:44 was the time on that one. And then we've got these ones, 0.8 of 2 at 10.4 kilometers down, 11 o'clock. This one is from 1441, 0.62, 10 kilometers down. 0.52, 12.4 clicks down from 1018. And at 10:55 we had a 0.79, 13.1 kilometers down, and a 0.66 from 12.9 kilometers down came in at 12:07. And the biggest one out of that batch from 11:06, 1.94, 15.4 kilometers down. And one more quake up there nearest to Grimsey, a 0.74, 3 kilometers down from 12:50. And that is it for our wonderful quakes. That is Iceland in a nutshell. I'm happy to see a little bit more activity down here on the Reykjanes Peninsula, of course. Still not in the right place, though. I want to see that happening in Eruption. And George Couto, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And anyway, that is looking pretty good. We'll see what happens in the future here. And we know Askja is not going to go as of yet. The seismic energy, of course, last wandered off over to Bardabunga. And since then, we haven't heard what's happened to it. So it may have gone and dissipated. So let's leave that and be. The volcano closer to Keflavik is also good. Oh, down here, you're thinking to Keflavik. Well, I mean, it'd be nice to see something out here on the peninsula. I just don't want to see it anywhere and too close to any buildings or infrastructure if something does go, right? And that's kind of what we got. It wouldn't be bad if we had something over here on the peninsula. As long as it stayed away from the power plant, it'd be okay. And actually, if it happens here, though, we might get problems with the airport. And that is always a problem when you've got volcanic ash in the area. Anyway, let's get you back over here, get that lava flowing again. That is from the archived footage, Siggy Fisher. And we'll leave that on. I am going to go take a break. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop if you can. If you're enjoying the show, that is. And also, if you're sitting in the outsides looking in, by all means, hit that subscribe button. And please don't forget to hit the bell notification so you know when we're on. And of course, if you need to know when we're on, just type in the word VolcanoX, all one word, and that'll give you the times. On that friendly note, I'm your host. I can't even talk today. I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back as soon as I get some more Pepsi to get my tongue untied. I'll be back. And microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And we will continue doing our wonderful stuff, even though we've got mayhem and all kinds of stuff not working. It is what it is. It's one of those days today. And yeah, I wanted to... we did the report on Fuego. I wanted to get back, and we didn't quite finish that area off. We had Fuego done, but what we didn't do is we did have a separate report on Popocatepetl, which of course we already seen those two videos, as well as Cotopaxi. So we want to do those, and I may have to do some screen grabs here, so bear with me for a second. And let's get over and take a look. Well, we may not have to do the screen grabs. Anyway, so it indicates there Popocatepetl volcano in Mexico. Eruption showered a summit with lava fragments, and we are very well aware of that. That is awesome, and nice photo shot that they got of it, and that is pretty cool. And let's see if they show anything else. They're talking about the sudden explosion from Popocatepetl volcano produced glowing lava bombs landing on the upper part of the volcano yesterday, and that is awesome. And there it is from Sentinel-2 on March 22nd. Looking down into the top of Popocatepetl, and as you can see, it does have a pretty good area around it that the ejecta has gotten into, and I'd stay out of that zone. Not a good place to be. As a matter of fact, you take a look at the lighter vegetation around the edges, I'd stay out of that zone too. That would be dangerous. So that is pretty awesome, and we'll leave that be. What's it say here? The eruptive activity at the volcano continues at moderately high levels. A relatively forceful explosion appeared from the main crater in the late evening yesterday, showering the upper part of the edifice with hot, glowing lava bombs, and eruption plumes released ash emissions to an estimated 7 kilometers elevation and drifted east. So all kinds of neat stuff there, and that is wonderful to have that report. So let's go to our next one. By the way, Popocatepetl is 17,802 feet, or 5,426 meters in height. So when you see the eruption pluming out and reaching up to about this point, that's, you know, a good 1,000 feet already, and this thing is already 17,800 feet in height. So very, very large. You can guesstimate this drop here somewhere probably about 2,000 feet. So that's quite a distance when you see those lava bombs flying. And some people may kind of think that, you know, this isn't a very large eruption, but these are huge. Good night, Wormhand. You take care, and thanks for being here. And yeah, I see. Thanks for the welcome backs, guys. By the way, I didn't read off all the names. And I see Sharon Stewart saying, "I hear you, DrFox2000." Okay, sorry. My mind is elsewhere, trying to get things going here again, with everything turned off and not working properly. I still haven't figured out where that extra noise was coming from, that gaming noise. It didn't make any sense. Anyway, Cotopaxi volcano in Ecuador, special volcanic report, declining volcanic activity. or at least that's what the report says. So when you look at that picture, you can definitely see that it is kind of cool. This one was Ecuadorian Air Force took this picture on the 10th of March. So it's actually an older picture already, but that's okay. Still nice to see. It's all snow covered and whatever at that point in time. Hopefully it's still got some snow on it. And there you can see the chart. A seismic trend at Cotopaxi. Seismic amplitude is measured in nanometers per second, and is corrected for distance to the source, and the averaged at the station in the network. Okay, black arrows represent upward trend, and red arrows represent downward trending. So yeah, downward trending, way down when you look at it on this side. So gone pretty far. A volcano report has follow-up eruption today. Okay, cool. So that may be back on the way up. We'll see how that works. And let's see, the ash emissions from Cotopaxi since October 22. Left axis marks the total emissions each month, and the right axis the daily rate. Okay, and that is all good. The black line indicates the number of monthly emissions slash numbers of days. All right. Emission is registered until March 20th, and yeah, so it's definitely on a decline. A lot less material coming out of it, or gases, and of course they've got other information here for those who need to know, and if you want to do a more intense study on it, I will drop the link in the chat there, and you can have a look at it. And no, that's not Cotopaxi, by the way. That's some other nice crater set. So all good. Let's carry on with the rest of our volcano stuff, and I'm going to put that one back over here. We did look at Fuego. We did want to see if our wonderful Messiah in Nicaragua has anything going on. Still continuing to smoke from the caldera. We don't see any lava down there, but we know it's down there. You can almost see that little low arc of a shell there where the hot lava is. So I think that double event was Yasur. You might be right, Sue. I seem to recall having seen that on several photos. Let's see where we can go next without losing a picture. Okay, which one am I on? I want to make sure I have these smaller here. Otherwise, we're going to end up using too much horsepower. Nope, good. And let's put it back on that and go over to, well, actually let's watch a different video for a second. This is, of course, something to give you a little bit more insight into what is happening, and you may have to adjust your volume a little bit. This is a little bit on the low side, so I will let it play, and we'll see what we can do here. Let me fix this up though. That should be, no, not there. Why is that not right? Oh, maybe that's because of my reboot. Oh, that might work. Okay, so let's let that one play with volume, and I'll be quiet here for a minute.
Earthquakes near and beneath volcanoes alert scientists that magma and volcanic gases may be on the move. This animation represents generalized patterns of seismic and geologic activity at some, but not all, long dormant stratovolcanoes worldwide during the months and hours leading up to an eruption. We will use an example from Central America to illustrate how volcanic earthquakes are interpreted. These types of volcanoes form where mantle rock located above the subducting plate, not the subducting plate itself, melts to form magma. Melting of the mantle is facilitated by water released from the oceanic plate. Let's zoom in closer to show how moving magma and volcanic gas and fluids trigger earthquakes as they force their way up through the crust into shallow underground fractures, causing faults to move and cracks to vibrate. Different seismic signatures will reflect varying geologic processes. Sample seismograms include deep, low-frequency earthquakes and/or tremor that occur as magma that formed in the lower crust rises into conduits. These deep events can only be detected by sensitive seismometers. An aseismic zone separates the deep and shallow earthquakes. At shallow levels in the upper crust, common seismic events include high-frequency volcanotectonic or VT earthquakes, shallow low-frequency earthquakes, and hybrid earthquakes just below the summit. Before we focus on the shallower processes, we notice the layers and forces that affect how and where different earthquakes occur. To reorient you, we again cut away the volcano surface to reveal a more detailed view. The crust is separated into an upper brittle seismogenic zone under hydrostatic pressure that has a complex system of fractures and aquifers, and a lower aseismic plastic zone that is subject to lithostatic pore fluid pressure and which shallows dramatically under volcanoes. Along volcanic arcs, magma from previous eruptive episodes cools to 700 to 1,000 degrees Celsius and slowly crystallizes at roughly 6 to 12 kilometers depth. Heat from this magma conducts through the surrounding rock, enlarging the plastic zone. The two zones are separated by a transition of contrasting permeability that prevents concentrated magmatic fluids from escaping upward out of the plastic zone. As the magma reservoir is filled with new magma from below, it becomes pressurized, pushing the crust upward and outward, but may not be enough to rupture the brittle rocks above. This stress change causes distal volcanotectonic earthquakes to occur in the brittle crust at the base of faults near the volcano. Magma tends to rise in pulses. As subsequent intrusions occur, the overlying rock is pushed upward. The increased hydrostatic pressure is transferred long distances and causes earthquakes on distal tectonic faults. A large enough intrusion will cause the transition zone to rupture, expelling stored magmatic fluids. Because pressure above the transition is 2.5 times lower than below, the sudden rupture causes depressurization of deep fluids and results in boiling and generation of low-density magmatic vapor. This process creates low-frequency earthquakes. The rising vapor, mostly steam, may cool as it rises and may not be seen at the surface. After the rupture, mineral precipitation reactions may quickly reseal the transition zone. During a pause between intrusion pulses, the vapor zone can migrate higher into the uppermost part of the volcano. The next intrusion will again be preceded by VT earthquakes and easily ruptures the newly resealed ductile brittle transitions, causing low-frequency earthquakes within the vapor zone beneath the summit. The additional gas pressure may rupture rocks near the surface, causing phreatic explosions. Occasionally, we observe artesian springs issuing from high on the edifice, which may form volcanic mudflows, or lahars. The phreatic explosions are usually accompanied and followed by low-frequency tremor as gases escape. Because this relieves pressure in the aquifers, it results in a sudden drop-off of VT earthquakes on the adjacent faults. After phreatic explosions have bored a pathway nearly to the surface, and magma moves further upward to a depth of 1 to 2 kilometers, hybrid earthquakes begin to occur. This type of earthquake starts with both high and low frequency components, but then quickly become entirely low frequency. The earthquakes are initially fairly irregular in size and spacing, but a day or two before the magma reaches the surface and afterward, the hybrid earthquakes may become identical in size, shape, and spacing, although they still occur at the same depth of 1 to 2 kilometers. The events can occur at rates of many per minute, and sometimes many per second, so-called hybrid tremor, immediately prior to and during magmatic extrusion and eruption. Again, this animation represents a generalized progression of seismic and geologic activity leading to an eruption of some long dormant stratovolcanoes.
Okay, I've got my microphone back on. I hope you guys were able to see that and hear it. And that was kind of an interesting, a little bit of a video, and I thought that was worthy of throwing in there for you. Hopefully I didn't lose too many people. Awesome presentation, thank you. And of course I did not make it. Of course, this is from what they call Earth Scope Consortium, and of course we have permission from them to be able to show their material. Got that in writing last night, so that was all awesome. And it is very, very cool to be able to see that, and hopefully some of you will have picked up a few things out of there. It is a very very unique in that sense, and I did like it, and I do appreciate that we're able to use their material, so all good that way. Anyway, for those who wish to go to their site, of course, we do have it listed in the description. It is underneath the USGS stuff, and you'll be able to see it there, so that is all good. And now I want to see if we can get over to our next place of business, and that will be over to our Merapi. Oh, that's not Merapi, this is. Okay. And of course, I only got the one cut out here. Didn't get our close-up view here. I'm going to just grab that real quick and see if we can fix this up, and hopefully that'll work. And we can make that a little bit bigger for us, so that'll be easier to see. And there we go. Bigger. And let's back that up a little bit. I want to back up just a little bit, not very far, and that's actually a little too far already. There we go. So at 4:41 their time, we did see this, of course, and that is some lovely bacon running down the hill very quickly. Thanks, Tom, for that 5-minute warning. And a little bit faster than what it was flowing yesterday, so kind of nice to see that. One of the things that I mentioned before, as the lava progressively fills up those canyons and troughs, we're going to see you know, a deeper slope, and of course where it slows down and fans out, it's going to build up there, and we'll kind of see little ski jumps, if you will, or lava falls, and that is already noticeable in what we're seeing coming down the hill. Some places it seems to lift up and over those little humps that it's created, so pretty cool to see that. And awesome. So yeah, no shortage of bacon there today. And let's see if we go back a little bit more and see if there were some other ones that were equally impressive. That would have been around here. We do see this one. This is at 4:13 a.m. and definitely flowing. Same kind of thing, and not quite as heavy as the previous one. And let's see if we can find some more here. I'm just trying to find some good ones that are not covered up with too much cloud. And yeah, we'll let this one slide a little bit, and then take a look. That was actually a little bit more lava there. Whoop. Shouldn't have done that yet. This is another one here. I'll get my mouse off of there so I don't accidentally click on this one too. Anyway, lots of bacon, and we like seeing that. So material moving down the hill, that is pretty awesome. And let's see if we can find another one or two that were impressive. The other ones were in the clouds. It's always hard to find the ones that weren't in the clouds. Has anyone hit the button in the 90s, but 38 showing? Yvonne Kunkel, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And let's see what we got here. This one is another one of the lovely larger amounts of lava coming down. And it seems that, you know, the last little bit today here, it seems to have larger amounts of lava rather than more of the gaseous material. So the lava flow is definitely on, and that is what we're seeing. So pretty awesome to see that. And let's see. How is Yvonne doing? Oh, Yvonne was going to mow her lawn tomorrow, so that'll be all right. Anyway, looking at the bacon, it is wonderful to see that sliding down the hill. And let's see if we can find just one or two more of those. These ones I don't believe were in color, so we'll just go back a little ways here. I know the color ones always look better. And this is in black and white though, this one. And we'll move that ahead just a little. And there we go. That's the start of it. And this one was a fairly good size as well. And it's always deceiving when it's in black and white that the glow is so much more intense, right? And that's kind of what we're seeing in this particular shot. And yeah, not bad. And you can see quite a bit of it up at the top there near the caldera. So very cool, very interesting. Let's leave that one be so we know it is still active. And we'll move over to our next volcano, and that is Ruapehu, which we can't see. I don't know if we were able to see it at all. I'm just trying to check back here in the earlier hours, and it doesn't look like it was visible. Hiding in the clouds, and we have the early morning sky there. Very neat looking, but hard to see that volcano. The clouds covering it up, so not much doing there, unfortunately, and not much we can do about moving the clouds out of the way. It looked pretty though. So it is a break time. All right, let me finish this off real quick. We're gonna do oh, I'm gonna refresh that, sorry. And this is of course the chart for Taupo, and we can see that it definitely decreased in activity, so we won't dwell on that one at all. And a quick shot of the Taupo caldera itself, and that is the entirety of the lake. And you can see overcast and skies, and then of course I can't see Mount Ruapehu behind there. And that is present, so let's leave that be. Let's put this back on the lava and enjoy that. I'm going to go take a 5 or 6 minute break. Don't go away. Hit the like button if you haven't done that as of yet. And also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider doing that if you feel we've earned it. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Thanks. microphone is back on. Good night, Wonky Donkey. And thank you for the welcome backs from Old Mummy of Hamsters and John and Mars 2028 and Yvonne and Kevin and Sue. Appreciate that, you guys. And that's awesome. So let's carry on with our wonderful stream here. And I hear you, DrFox2000. From Sharon Stewart. Oh boy. I know. I'm trying to be funny. It's not working. It's not working. Anyway, going to pause that lavely lava. Aloha to Kathy. Good to have you on board. And let's get over to our next scene where we want to go. And of course, that is Semeru. And Semeru is really quiet today. Really not that much happening there. I'm just trying to get to a point here where I thought there might have been something, but I really don't know if there was. I see some clouds there, but I don't think there was anything really major. I think those clouds were strays from somewhere else, unless that was coming from the volcano. No, they're strays. They're covering the volcano. That's what the problem is. And there's a tiny plume. Very, very little activity, as you can see. And I don't think we have that one set up. Oh, we do have it set up for a full screen. Yeah. It's not doing a heck of a lot, so just thought we'd throw that in since we always seem to have it on board, but sometimes it does good, other times it is not so good, and tonight is one of those nights where, last night for them it was not very good when you get right down to it, so I think they were more interested in the rain flow. And you can see here in the foreground that they did have quite a bit of water flowing there. And I'm wondering if they had something break, or if that was just because of all those clouds here that we were seeing some very heavy rain waters going through. And if we go to the full screen here, at that point in time, you can see that heavy rain in there. So that may be why they were focusing on the river area rather than the volcano itself. As you can see right in there, quite a bit of water, and I think it was a little heavier earlier. Yeah, as you can see, and that is at 5:34 p.m. Their time. Lots of rain coming down, so definitely gotta watch out. Did I see the email for Merapi? You know what? I may have missed that, Sue. Hang on. Okay. It's right there. Why did I not load that up? Merapi. Let's load Merapi up. We can do that right here, right now. So, yeah. I must have missed that somehow. Let's see if we can get at that. Boy, I'm having a good day today, I'll tell you. Oh, that's actually a very nice picture of Merapi. Let me see if I can do a full screen capture here real quick to get that all into a place. And we want to make sure that we have that in there. It may have disappeared on me because of why is this thing not cooperating? Okay, there we go. All right, yeah, I'm gonna have to reboot again here and figure out why this is not working. But let me see if I can get other things straight. Yeah, the Stromboli one I got. I did load it up. But it's been such confusion with this weird noise that was happening at the start of the stream that threw me completely off track everywhere. So that's one of the things, when things like that happen, it just throws me for a loop. And I can't seem to refocus exactly where I should be because everybody's kind of, you know, let's go here, let's go there instead. But anyway, let's deal with Merapi. Yeah, and Merapi volcano, Java, Indonesia, incandescent avalanche branched off into 2 arms, continuing a pyroclastic flows. So yeah, you can definitely see that up in the top of the caldera somewhere. It developed a second path, and very nice photo, and love seeing that. And of course it was Andy Volcano that did that one. Block and ash flows branched off into 2 main arms, okay, in the south and southwest direction today. So that was what they had going on. And this is the thermal from the 24th. Unfortunately, from the satellite, too much cloud in the way, hard to see anything in there. And that is something else, not going to worry about that. So we'll get rid of that and just see quickly what it says here. The phase of intense activity has been continuing over the past 2 weeks. Near frequent glowing lava blocks continue to regularly detach from the southwest lava dome and tumble down along the main sliding southwest slope, and descending onto the base of the edifice and reaching approximately 2 kilometers in length. By today, the main sliding path has branched off into another sliding arm in the south direction, going as glowing rock falls roll down over it. Okay, so yep, I'm pretty cool. And what's it say there? For the first time, phoenix clouds are being formed, filled ash plumes rising above pyroclastic torrents as descending the flank. So that is what they're referring to in here, some of these phoenix clouds developing. So pretty interesting. Actually, this side here is more so. Very cool to see that. And thank you for bringing that to light. And some days are just better for staying in bed. Better off staying. You bet, Tom. It is. Today was one of those. And now you got me curious, though. I'm going to get rid of that. Did I load it on the other one? And no, it didn't get loaded. Oh, hang on. I'm still looking at the wrong screen here. I wanted just to see. And no, I didn't have it loaded in the Merapi one. I don't know why. It didn't. Maybe, oh, when I rebooted it, maybe took it back out. Because if it wasn't saved from the previous thing, I might have had to reload it. That might be the problem. Because I did, I have it loaded up, and I was kind of going, well, where the heck did that go? That means the other ones are gone too. Anyway, we'll have to reload the one. No, the one for Stromboli is still in there, so I'm kind of miffed. Anyway, that's all good. Let's take a look real quick. Madame Rutza, does she have her stream up? No, we're short to all once again. So that's all good. Let's put this one back on live and see if we can see anything new. No, quiet there, so let's carry on. Speaking of Stromboli, let's see what's happening there at Stromboli. And All right. Stromboli. Stromboli's quiet. Nothing happening at Stromboli. Let's go over to the other page here. Oop. And we're going to take a look real quick and see what is happening at Etna. We'll go back a few hours and take a look there. You can see quite a bit of smoke coming from Etna. And that was something I wanted to throw in there. I thought that was kind of neat to be able to see a little bit more smoking and clouds. So some of that is cloud material, but some of that is definitely smoke. Yes, Yvonne's eyes are lighting up. More smoke from Etna. And that is always interesting. And I'm not sure if that's all smoke or if that is partially a cloud there as well. So definitely seeing more coming out of that. Kathy, we already covered that earlier in the show. We had 3 different eruptions that we covered earlier. Maybe you might want to either you can go back and have a look, or you can actually have a look at the video I've put up last night or this morning of Popocatepetl with the 3 different views. Over 250 people already watched that one. Anyway, yeah, lots of smoke coming off of Etna. Very interesting to see that. And maybe we will see something happening in the future there. So, and let's see what else we got here. So, Stromboli, there you go. We got Stromboli volcano, Aeolian island, Italy, stronger than usual eruptions yesterday, pouring out lava flow from a north crater, and unfortunately visibility wasn't that good. Okay, so a vigorous eruption from the central south crater area in the afternoon yesterday. ING did put up this shot of the thermal cam, and that was nice of them to do that. And then we've got other stuff that is not relevant. All right, so INGV reported that the above average explosion occurred from the central south crater area terrace, sending lapil and lava bombs to the upper, oh, this is always so tough to say this, Sierra del Fuoco at whatever that is. 14:49 was the time on it yesterday. And 2 mild eruptions followed this event. The height of the ash plume is unknown and has not been reported yet either by the Institute nor VAAC. So anyway, that is interesting stuff. I know they did have a video on here. If we let's shut that volume off. They did have that going, and that is quite a Strombolian eruption, and that was from March 25th, of course, and that is yesterday's stuff. So pretty awesome to see that. Let's do that one more time. It's only 23 seconds long. Of course, this is from this Ildon, what, Madan D something or other on Twitter. So if we show that again, there you can see how high that shot up, and that was quite a big Strombolian eruption. And of course you can see the stream of lava flowing down there as well. So very cool to see that, you guys. And thanks, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. And yep, you can always go have a look on volcanodiscovery.com for this one as well. I'm going to copy the link and drop it in the chat. There you go. And you're more than welcome to have a look at it and see what it's doing. So that is pretty cool. All right, let's leave that be, and we will go to our next thing on our agenda. And I'm going to put this one back on live. And we did the other guys. That is still wrong. How come that is there? I'm still trying to figure out where the heck I need to go here without going things. Okay, I'm going back to sleep, she says. Yvonne Kunkel, have a good night and rest well. Hopefully you will get some decent sleep. The ice cream boat is in for those who need to know, and you can see that right there. And that is all awesome. Let's take a look at Sakurajima in Japan. Looking pretty good. Seriously, Sue Hayes, I think they heard that in Australia. Oh, okay, that was loud. I turned the volume down. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting that. I did have it previously turned down, but kind of beyond my control sometimes. We did see some puffing action happening from our wonderful volcano. And this, a little bit earlier there, you can see that it is doing a little bit more than what it was the last couple of days. So, mind you, it's been really hard to see the last couple of days. Anyway, that's kind of what we got going on there. If we go back into the night, I didn't see anything glowing or anything really majorly eruptive. We do see at 22:38 something there, and that was about it. So, and a little bit before that, it was just off-gassing, nothing serious, at least not that I seen. So I'm going to leave it back on live. This is the close-up shot of the caldera. No, it isn't. It's somebody's on the couch. Let's go back to there. And we'll maybe see if these other ones got commercials coming in too. Suwanosejima, again, no picture. And let's go to the next one. This, of course, is ASO. And ASO-san is off-gassing, continuing to plume out some goodness of SO2 as well as a lot of water vapor that was deposited in the caldera the last day or two. So pretty awesome. Yvonne Kunkel sleeps too much. Only when she can. She does work quite a few hours too. I gave up in the late 1700s. Oh, darn it. Don't ever give up. Next volcano. Let's see if that one shows up. And there it is. And apparently it has been raised to a condition yellow. And this is, what is it? Asama? Just to make sure I got it right. Yeah, Asama in Japan. And you can see that there is definitely a smoke coming out of the top. And that may be the next one that's on the list of ones to go start erupting. So glad that we've got this one on the list. And thank you to Kimmy for sending me this link. And of course, that is pretty awesome to see. So hopefully everything will be okay there, and we'll see what happens with Asama in the near future. So it was a green, it's now a yellow on the volcano maps, and pretty cool to be able to see that. Back to the close-up view. Oh, still commercials. That is interesting. Let's click that. There's our close-up view of Sakurajima at Kagoshima, Japan, and there we go. Bottom of the hour. It's a time. So let's put you back over here. And the novel Bears of Iceland is one chapter away from being published. Ah, the Bears of Iceland. I never knew Iceland had bears, Irish monk. I know they have that special bear. What was it? Bardabunga? No, hang on. I'll bring it up here and I'll find it. I have it. It is a break time. So we'll be able to bring up that special bear. And yeah, Barda Bear. There's Barda Bear. That's what the book's all about. Barda Bear, right? Anyway, that is a Barda Bear. He's from Iceland. So anyway, let's leave that be. Anyway, enjoy that wonderful stuff on the screen. For those good people who are here, if you haven't yet hit the like button, please do consider hitting the like button. That'd be awesome. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. And that would be awesome as well. On that friendly note, I am, his one ear is dirty. Okay. There's Barda Bear, Aleph Bear, and Aska Bear, and a Catla Cub. Oh, that's going to be an interesting book there, Irish monk. Anyway, here comes some music, and keep smiling, stick around, we got more things to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Don't go away. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs. Polar bears? I don't recall that there were any polar bears. The last ones, they exported them back to some other place. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Oh Mummy of Hamsters and I Hear You, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And very melodiously on top of that. So all cool. Anyway, let's see, where am I going to leave you here or somewhere else for the volcano report? Thank you, Sue, for the welcome back. I'm going to put you back here for the volcano report. So this is Asama volcano, and that is in central Japan. And Max Melodious. Thanks, Sharon. Anyway, we'll see if we can bring that up here. I'm kind of trying to do things here, preoccupied. Volcano report, there we go. Got it now. All right, 7 volcanoes from last night, and everything is moved over. So, Sharon Stewart hiccups. Uh-oh. If that is a good thing or a bad thing. Good luck with the scan. Oh. Anyway, all right. Late Saturday's volcano activity, 7 reported. Luolatok, Lesser Sunda Island, Indonesia. Ground reports of an eruption and with a volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters at 1,800. Sabancaya in Peru, unable to detect at 2,100. Shivlish, Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia, volcanic ash to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters at 2,100. Fuego, Guatemala, ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet or 4,900 meters reported at 2,100. Cotopaxi in Ecuador, ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 2145. Did we do Cotopaxi? I think I missed that report. The Popocatepetl one we did see, yep, and that is ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 2,200 or 6,700 meters, 22,000 feet, I should say, 6,700 meters, reported at 2,300. And then Sangay in Ecuador, ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet, and that is 6,100 meters, reported at 2345. And yeah, we did get Cotopaxi. I was looking or thinking back here, so let's see, volcanic activity today, 11 volcanoes. Shivlish, Kamchatka Peninsula, Russia, volcanic ash emissions continue to 13,000 feet or 4,000 meters, reported 15 minutes after midnight. And possible volcanic ash emissions continue to same height at 6:15 a.m. Yes, thank you, Sue. Reventador in Ecuador, new volcanic ash emissions to 14,500 feet or 4,400 meters, reported at 30 minutes after midnight. And nothing seen at 12:15 in the satellite imagery. And Sabancaya in Peru, volcanic ash not identified at 3:15 a.m. And then sporadic emissions to 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters, reported at 13:45. Fuego, Guatemala, occasional volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet or 4,900 meters, reported at 8:45, and we know that. There was lots of it. Cotopaxi, again, volcanic ash emissions observed to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 9:30 a.m. and then we seen the other stuff there with the 1510 report from there, as well as the 2,300 feet, 23,000 feet, sorry, 7,000 meters, reported at 1530. So that's all good. Popocatepetl in Mexico, very large emissions to large volcanic ash emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 10:30, and we have the separate email for that as well, and that is all good. And of course, we know with what we were observing that we seen multiple pops during the night, and Popo is getting very active, and that's what we gotta add to that. Sangay in Ecuador, possible volcanic ash emissions continuing to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 11:30. And Krakatau, Sunda Strait, Indonesia, volcanic eruption of volcanic ash observed by ground observers at 14:30 today. And Santiaguito in Guatemala, sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 1500. Stromboli in Aeolian Island, Italy. We already went through that from 1518. And Merapi, we also had a look at that, a wonderful report from 1617. So that is our volcano report for today, and that is all good. And of course, on screen is the one Japan, what is it? Asamo? Did I get that wrong again? Asama-san. It's going to take a while getting used to that one. Asama-san. Anyway, we'll see if that one gets going, and that will be a new one that, it hasn't erupted for a while. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the future with this particular volcano. And of course, that is to the west of Tokyo by, I don't know, 100 to 150 kilometers or thereabouts. So definitely could cause some trouble. It is in a mountainous area, but there is population around it, just so we're aware of it. Yeah, Asama-san. Definitely Asama-san. So anyway, let's leave that be. We'll go over to our earthquake map. Actually, let's take a look real quick here at one more shot. Looks like it's snowing in Yellowstone and Old Faithful. I typed it before you said it. Does it make it, if you typed it before I said it, does that make, never mind, I'm not making sense. That's all good. Asama-san. It'll be interesting to see if that one pops. But this one here, this is called Old Faithful, for those who don't know. Earlier we had Buffalo on here, but now they're showing Old Faithful. And it looks like it is about to erupt. I don't know if it's going to do anything right away here. We're not going to wait for it though. We'll get over to our earthquake map in short order. And I just want to make sure I've got everything else kind of tightened down here again. I still have no idea where that weird music came from and that game playing noise that we had earlier. It's really odd. There's some things that make you go, we didn't really take a look at Hawaii. Let's take a look at Hawaii first, I think. Because I think we were just playing lava off of that channel. And let me pause that. And I was trying to say it. Yeah, I know sometimes it comes out easier than not. That's the problem. It wasn't working. Let's do a new capture, and we'll see if we can get Hawaii back in there, and take a look at what we've got. Yeah, I hate when I have to reboot because I have to reset everything, and sometimes it's not the easiest to do that. Sometimes it leaves just one or two off, and of course when I'm doing a stream it always wants to take all of them off and redo that. So anyway, that is what we are seeing there right now at our wonderful hang on, I'm trying to remove some of the other ones here that we have. I don't want to wreck anything. Yeah, I gotta get rid of these other ones, otherwise they're gonna cause problems. Okay, got that fixed up. This is, of course, Helemaumau crater, Kilauea, Hawaii. You can see what's happening with it, the remnants of it. Tomorrow on the stream, I will be showing a neat video of what happened to Kilauea. And it will be very, very interesting to see. And of course, that is compliments of EarthScope Consortium and USGS in combination. So it'll be an interesting video, and I seen it today. I thought, yeah, you guys would want to see that. And of course, bringing this up to light, it'll be very, very interesting to see what happens with this caldera, and how this caldera got into the shape it did. And it's going to be kind of neat, and I think you'll enjoy that video. So we'll give that one a whirl tomorrow, just so you know, have something to look forward to. It's kind of interesting. Looks as though it's shrinking in places. Yeah, starting to tighten up a little bit here and there, and lots of cracks appearing and things like that. And when we take a look at some of the other shots, this of course is from just about 10 a.m. This is the southeast lava pond area. The lava gator is what's left of them right in here, and things are breaking up. You can see cracks everywhere, and it's interesting to see that. That was that central crater or vent that we seen, and pretty awesome to see that. This is the B camera. This is a current, and that is also kind of neat. We are still seeing some of the rippling effect in here, and kind of when you see ripples like that, you always have to wonder what's happening underneath there. Welcome back, Mars 2028. Glad to have you on board. And of course, this is the pulled out shot, so you can see a little bit more of that caldera. I'm not sure if these cracks were new or extras, but they are there, and we'll see what happens in the future. Thermal shot, this is a new one, of course, so it is kind of gives you an idea of what we've got going on there. Really nothing glowing in the back area, nothing at the west lava pond. We still see this bright spot right here that tells us we do still have some magma or lava underneath there, but nothing really too crazy. Other than that, everything looks pretty normal there, quiet and all that stuff. Okay, so we got Hawaii in there, and I'm going to put that back onto that screen so I can find it later. And let's go over to our earthquakes, and we'll see if that map is working. And onto the earthquake map. Okay. Looking at what we've got going on, we'll start out here in the Aleutian Islands, of course. And first one here, not so many quakes on, oh, what the heck is it? Now I forgot it. Oh my God, I had it on the tip of my tongue. I even practiced the name of the other volcano earlier. Now I can't remember it. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm having a good day, you guys. That island, I'll come up with it. Is it a Tengara, something like that? Okay, anyway, still watching that. Don't think we're going to see anything there. Moving over, and let's take a look. We don't see anything too major going on. 4.3 right there, and that is all good. Tanaga Island, that's it. You'll be fine when you relax. Yeah, I will be, Kananaskis. It's when you get thrown for a loop, everything seems to go sideways. 5 minutes till sanity. And Yakchak, I could remember that. We don't have that many quakes there, but still some. And then also over at Trident Volcano, not as many quakes by any means, so I think that might be dying out in that area. Sliding down, we don't see too many other things. Semi was smoking a bit this afternoon. Oh, okay, cool. 4.2 there in Mexico, and that is right on land. Kind of odd to see that where it is, but that is there. If we take a look at the street map view, is there population centers? Not really. Nothing major right around it, so I don't think anything would have happened there. And yeah, it's a little ways away from Mexico City, so no worries there. Let's put it back on that other one and zoom back out. So yeah, that was 4.2, 11:58 was the time, 89 kilometers down. Next one is another 4.2, and that is 59.4 kilometers down from yesterday, 2017, and that is out in the water. This one, Costa Rica, 4.2, and or sorry, 4.1, and that is up in the mountains, and that is from 2024 yesterday, 69 kilometers down. So that's what we've got there. And then we get down to business here in bottom end of Peru. No, that's Chile already. That is 5.4. Yesterday's at 1802, 105 kilometers down. The other one here in 4.6 in Argentina, 267.9 kilometers down from 1839 yesterday. Next one is a 4.6, also in, hang on, there we go, 5.0, there we go, in Chile, 5:39 a.m. and 6.3 kilometers down for that, 5. And a 4.7 down here, bottom end of Chile, or central portion of Chile, really. And that is from 11:26 today, 43.1 kilometers down. And looking at New Zealand, nothing showing on this map, and nothing in the Tonga or Fiji area. We do have a small one here in Vanuatu, 4.8 from yesterday, 1729, 35 kilometers down for him. And we have a bigger one here, 5.1, and that is near Tual, Indonesia. And that happened at 6:41 a.m., 47.4 kilometers down. Then we've got these other ones here, 4.9 in wherever that is, Tanimbar, Pulo, Tanimbar. Okay. Anyway, from 12:39, 10 kilometers down for that one. and the other one is a 4.9, same area. 4:43 was the time on it, 24.2 clicks down. So big difference in time between the two, so definitely not the same quake. And looking at the top end of Sumatra here, 4.5 that we see, and that is from yesterday, 2053, 65.6 kilometers down, going up. And seeing in the Philippines, we see a 4.6, and that is a 6:38 a.m., 45.5 kilometers down. One near Taiwan, 4.4. Yesterday's at 22:43, 10 clicks down. Moving up a little bit, we don't see anything else other than this little guy here, 4.9, Japan, and that is from 9:04 a.m. and 68.4 kilometers down. Nothing up at the Kamchatka Peninsula. Moving in a little bit more, looking for, zooming out, just looking for anything down below, nothing. Looks like Afghanistan had a 4.4, 7:14 a.m., 117.7 kilometers down. Nothing here in Turkey or the central regions around the Caspian Sea or on the Arabian microplate, nothing. So that is all good. We do see some activity though, fresh stuff here in Puerto Rico, 2.5, and then we have this one, 4.2, Dominican Republic from yesterday at 1817, 114 kilometers down, and 4.2, they start feeling that. Is that, yeah, it's actually off in the water, but I'm sure they still felt it locally. So Joan Campbell, you're late. Hand your notice in at the office. Welcome, Joan. And yeah, let's see. I'm just checking something out here. It happens sometimes that people are late. I'm just curious, Joan Campbell. When did you get your channel, Joan Campbell? Because you don't look like a Joan Campbell that I know. Just curious. Are you from the IRS maybe, or the CIA? I'm just wondering about that, because your channel was just made the other day. And it's very curious when we see that. You have, you don't have anything, eh? Well, you know, it's interesting because the moderators will keep an eye on you. We've got a lot of trouble in this channel, so, you know, if there's something funny going on, we'll definitely make sure we take care of it. Anyway, for right now, I'm not going to worry about you. And that is our basic volcanoes. And we will get back to having a look at Hawaii when we come back from the break. Yep. Yeah, sometimes that happens there, Mars 2028. We have to watch out for them. They sneak in here, then they come in and say they're from the FBI all of a sudden. But you know, I do have to take things at face value sometimes as well, and not trying to be rude to you, Joan, but we've had a lot of people with brand new fresh accounts just magically show up, and it is one of those things. And you know, especially when we don't see any content on your channel, and it makes a guy wonder. So yeah, anyway, on that note, for those good people who are here, please do hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. We're going to turn some canned lava back on for you, and we'll leave that showing for the time being. And let's see if we can actually get that. There we go. Don't go away. Keep smiling. I'll be back. I am back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And, of course, right now we've got stuff from our Siggy Fisher on screen from back in August of last year. And thank you for the welcome backs. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. And Johnny Gonzalez made it in. Welcome. And Alex doesn't want to chat. Yeah, thanks, Cananaskis Country, and Kevin Haynes, and Sue, and Mars. What was that? There's all kinds of things that could have been. Anyway, yeah, Bob, you keep your eyes open if you know what I'm saying. And anyway, let's continue on with our wonderful show here. So I'm going to pause our lava, and there we go. And we'll get back to the earthquakes at hand. And of course, we were looking at Hawaii next. So a quick peek at Hawaii, and still haven't seen anything new pop up for this stuff here. And these quakes that we had up on Mauna Loa. And of course, I'm thinking that perhaps that was just some lava tubes or something collapsing, and maybe a changing shape. Anyway, we do see this quake way out here, close to our wonderful Luihi Seamound, which is located right about there. And it was a 3.2. Came in at 14:36. Of course, it'll take 3 hours off of my time to get their time. And 9.9 kilometers down. So very interesting to see that out there. And let's see what we've got in the Pahala area. And we'll start with this one, 2.1. 6:28 was the time on it. And this one is actually a little deeper, 38.1 clicks down. Don't see any other ones out in the water. Right closer to Pahala, we do see this one. 1.8 from 1421, 30.4 kilometers down. This 1.8 from 3:08 a.m., 33 clicks down. And 2.4 from yesterday at 22:58, 35 kilometers down. Sliding over a bit, we do see this one, 1.7, 32.3 kilometers down from 21:07 yesterday. And then we had a 2.3 from today at 11:43, and 33.3 clicks down for him. And this one here is 1.8, and that came in at 10:58 a.m., 31.3 kilometers down. Let's see, and what do we got happening? Okay, Seamound is active, 22 miles northeast, or sorry, southeast of the volcano Hawaiian Islands. The top of the Seamound is about 3,200 feet below sea level, and is on the flank of Mauna Loa. Largest shield, yeah, we already know that it's the largest shield volcano on the planet, right there, Mauna Loa. And you're saying that there's something out here, 22 kilometers out, and if we go to the ocean view, and not seeing anything, no quakes and no activity. So not sure what you're referring to, but this is Luihi there. That's right there, Luihi Seamound. We already talked about that. There is that one quake there. This is Luihi, and it's actually going to eventually pop, but we'll see what happens. And yeah, we don't need to worry about that. Anyway, let's carry on with the other ones. This one closest to Kilauea, 1.9, and that is yeah, 1.9, where am I? 1443, 29.6 kilometers below sea level for that one. So very deep underneath this, and that always makes me wonder. 2.3 from yesterday, 23:42 is the time, 2.3 kilometers below sea level. This one here, 8.5 kilometers down from 2025 yesterday, 3.0 in magnitude, and nothing else showing. So very interesting to see that. And yeah, you don't want to be talking about tsunamis here, because that may not happen. If you have a landslide underneath, deep in the water, from something like that, it is not going to create a tsunami, because the water will just replace itself, or replace the area. It's when you have it sliding in from land that you have the tsunamis. So you can have all kinds of stuff happen at depth, especially if it's way down here somewhere, and we get a big chunk sliding down into the water. We're not going to see a tsunami. Tsunamis have to be surface, otherwise it's never going to happen. Anyway, let's leave that be. Let's go over to have a quick peek at our next ones. And of course, this is over in our wonderful Canary Islands. We have gone through these quakes before. They are nothing new, I don't believe. Or are they? This one, 9:47 a.m. for that guy. And that does not indicate a depth, so a surface quake up there. That's interesting. And the other one is this one here, 3.2. That is from the 23rd, yeah, and this one here is from the 25th, so we're not going to worry about that. And those were up on the East Azores fault, and we do see the new star flashing. 1.2 came in at 2136, 1.2 in magnitude, just off the coast of Tenerife, and that is it. And we don't have any new quakes there in La Palma today, so all good. And we will leave that be, and we will go take a quick peek at our volcano map. And a specific reason I want to bring that up, we want to take a look and see what has disappeared and what is now active. So looking, we of course don't see anything in Iceland. We do have R2 here in the Azores, Sail George and Tercera. That is all pretty normal. Still a microvolcano down on the bottom here. Villarrica still showing, Sabancaya showing, and looking in here we have Sangay, Cotopaxi, Reventador, Cerro Negro, and then Perse, and then of course Nevado del Ruz. Fernandina still out here on the Galapagos. I'm sorry, but you don't have an appointment, Mr. President. User will be hidden. Yeah, I'm sure that user will be hidden. There you go. And what our differences don't matter, but the common humanity matters more. Bill Clinton. Yeah, Bill Clinton, of course, is a guy that has a bad demeanor with sexual conduct and all kinds of things while he's in office. Don't need that. Anyway, Rincon del La Vieja still there, Messiah still there, Tolica still there, San Miguel still in El Salvador, Fuego and Santiaguito are still doing their thing, and Popocatepetl still showing up there as well. I missed, what? You missed which one, Lizoid? Bill Clinton didn't have an appointment. They have to have appointments when they want to come in here, and they think they're all that in a bag of chips. Anyway, Trident volcano still a yellow. Aniakchak is still a yellow. We see Great Sitkans is still an orange, and Takawanga is still yellow, and same thing with the other one underneath it there, and that's Tanaga. So they are still there. And then Semi being over here a little bit further, still busy, and that is all good. Let's zoom back out. Kamchatka Peninsula, we have Bezimiani and Shivalish still showing. Ibiko and Chikarachki showing in the south of that. And let's see, what do we got in here that might be new? Ahaya is still there. Iwo Jima still doing its thing. Nishino Shima. There we go. Boy, sometimes those are hard to get out. Aso's still on the map. We don't see the new one on the map yet behind Tokyo. That will likely show up tomorrow. That should be somewhere in here. And that is where that new one is. Suwanoshijima still there. Sakurajima, Aso, yep, they're all still doing things. Taal still in orange, and Mayon, there's our secret volcano location. And of course there's Bulusan, and Cam Leon is still there as well. And Karangatang is still there. Ibu and Dakono, everybody is happy. Luolatok there. Iwo Jima, no, Ijen volcano, sorry, Raun, and then Semaru and Bromo right behind it. And Merapi, not to be confused with Marapi. Merapi, Krakatau, and yeah, they're about the same color. Carinci and Marapi right there, and then of course Cinnabung up in the top. So all good. Oh, what is going on here? Star Marshal has been removed. Hi, why'd you get removed, Star Marshal? Saying live long and prosper. How long have you had your channel? About 3 minutes. Oh, isn't that fun? Yeah. You know, it's amazing how they just infiltrate and keep coming. That was quick. I missed him. You didn't miss anything, Sue. It was very quickly removed. Anyway, we don't see anything majorly new on here, and I was hoping we would see Sama on there, but I guess not on the map, so I'm not going to worry about it. Did he like on the way out? I hope he, well, at least we get an extra view out of it. Thanks, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. And, you know, the views are always appreciated, no matter what. And I'm sure that if he hits either thumb up or down, it just confirms the view. So that is the excellent part about that. Anyway, let's go have a quick peek at our SO2 map and see what we've got going on. And we'll take a look really quickly, looking at, again, still not that much coming off of the Kamchatka Peninsula at all. Just basically what we call background stuff, and most of it just seems to be going up into through the Bering Straits up into the Arctic Ocean. Not bad in most of Canada, fairly light all over the place, a little heavier there off the BC coast, but bottom of British Columbia looking good, a very top end, and up into the Yukon, not bad. Alberta probably the heaviest right now, and Saskatchewan, Manitoba not bad, and northern Ontario looks pretty nasty, but southern portions here look a little bit better, or eastern or south not bad. We get down here though around the Great Lakes, a lot of population and a lot of industry doing their thing, but out in the eastern portions, very clean air. So the Labrador, Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, PEI, New Brunswick, everybody's happy. They can see stuff, and looks like western US not that bad. We have a build-up here in Indiana, Kentucky, Illinois area, that kind of thing. So a little bit more there. And of course from Popocatepetl in Mexico City, we see it pluming up and getting up into Louisiana and Mississippi, as well as pluming across, getting the top end of Florida. Most of the other stuff going out into the Pacific, and not so bad here in Colombia, but when we get over here in this area, and again, I am not sure, I don't believe this is from Sabancaya. I do believe that is a lot of industrial stuff that is sitting there, and at least I haven't heard Sabancaya going completely crazy. So we'll leave that be. Looking at the White Isle volcano, not so heavy. Refineries in Australia still working away. Same thing with the coking plants. And Tofua out here in Tonga doing its thing. What Kananaskis country, what are you doing? Don't poke sticks into places where you shouldn't. Let's see. Anyway, Yasur is right down there, and then Aoba and Gawa doing their thing today. And we see a little bit more there in Papua New Guinea, not anything too bad. Luolatok kind of throwing its stuff north and then getting pulled south, and we do see stuff going on here. I'll go hide again. Okay. Yeah. Careful where you're poking that stick, right? Anyway. Yeah. It's all good, Casey. Don't worry about it. Anyway, we do see this here from Semeru, and of course we got Merapi in the middle, and Krakatau is not putting out as much as Jakarta, and of course we see that. And we see what we got here, and Ibu and Dakono doing its thing, and then of course Mayon and Bulusan continuing its action, Taal, and of course the other areas there doing their thing from Manila and the high population density. And looking here, Suwanosi-jima, a little bit coming from out of there. Sakurajima continuing to do its thing. ASO, of course, being up a little bit higher. Where's ASO? Right in here. So that area is kind of affected by ASO. And going over here to where Tokyo is, and looking at the other area, and this is Asama's area. Throwing out a little bit more SO2, and it is noticeable, so we do have some gases coming from that one. As I said, not that much from Kamchatka Peninsula. China's still doing its thing. Same thing with India and South Africa, and our wonderful guys here in the DR Congo still working away. Urta Ale a little bit visible, not so much from the oil refineries today. And we see from Etna scrolling downward here, so that is getting into Libya and maybe Egypt a little bit, but hopefully we'll see Etna pop again. That would be awesome. The rest of the areas here, not bad in most of Europe, a little bit heavier up in Denmark and parts of Germany, but not so bad. Poland is a little heavier as well, so not bad. Iceland looks okay as well, so let's leave that there. We're going to do the weather after the break, and we'll take a look at the weather map, and we'll do our thing. For those good people who are here, if you haven't yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting it. Also, if you have not yet got a subscription to the channel, hit that subscribe button. That would really be awesome. But if you're a president of a country, don't worry about it. You won't last long. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, smiling here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Don't go away. Weather is coming up after the break. Thanks. go. A microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And I see things have been cleaned up a little bit. Thank you, Bob. And thanks, Mars and Sue and Henry. And I hear you, DrFox2000. From Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Cananaskis Country. And all good. Let's carry on with our wonderful show. So it's off to the weather, whether we like it or not. And let's see what's happening. Looks like portions of Alaska are a little bit better. What airports are not detecting lagging? What a lucky break. I made it back in time. Awesome, Sharon Stewart. And we do see some colder stuff there, but looks like it's warmer in good portions of, look at that, up on the northern coasts towards the Arctic. It's 1 degree, and they have got nice temperatures there in Alaska. And of course we see a low twirling off the coast here. That only means one thing, more rain and snow and stuff. Vancouver coming in at about 7 degrees right now, and that rock guy there has got about 6 or 7 for him. Yeah, I think so. Looking over here at Edmonton, we are getting that cold air blowing in from the north, showing a -1. Calgary showing a +1. And let's see, Michael Olson, welcome. Tornadoes in southeast USA, and that is not good. We don't want tornadoes or tomatoes, either one. That are pretty cool. There you go, Mariano. I'm glad you're speaking English. -6 for Cananaskis Country. And looking over here in Winnipeg is a -4, and about the same for Judy M. And looking at around the Great Lakes, we see better temperatures for a change. We do see that cold up in northern Saskatchewan and Manitoba, though, as well as up here in Hudson's Bay. Toronto coming in at about 5 degrees. Detroit 8. Chicago only 3. Henry Nelson's Place somewhere around 2 or 3. And sliding over a little bit more, Montreal coming in at about 1 or 2. Same thing, 1 for Quebec or 0 for Quebec. Thereabouts. Northern portions of New Brunswick down to about 4 or 5, and the coastal area at 0. Looking at what we've got there, we see about 1 degree in Halifax, Cole Harbour, same thing. Wonderful, Sue, thank you. Looking over here, Avalon Peninsula, about 0 or -1. And same thing goes for most of the areas, maybe a little cooler, -2, -3 for Newfoundland. We get looking up here, though, it gets a little cooler up in the Labrador regions. And the very tip up here is very cold. Dr. Fox, it's true, there's a lot of damage and unfortunate, sometimes death as well from the tornadoes in Mississippi. It's bad. Oh boy, that is not good. We'll take a look and see. I know there was that nasty weather system coming across here before, but we'll get to that in a minute or two. We'll see. Looking at Portland, 8 degrees. San Jose coming in at about 10, or hang on, depending on where you hold your mouse, anywhere from 13 to 14 maybe. LA 16, 17. Las Vegas coming in somewhere around 15, and of course here in Death Valley 19 degrees. Looks like about 22 in Mexicali, 20, 21 there in Phoenix, Arizona. And Tucson coming in at about 19 degrees. Albuquerque, New Mexico, about 11 or so. And looks pretty hot down here. We are seeing 34, 35 degree temperatures in portions of bottom end of Texas, as well as 36 over here in some places in Mexico. 31 degrees in San Antonio. Houston coming in at 25. Austin sitting at 25 as well. Dallas in the warm streak at 24 degrees there. We see New Orleans about 25 also. And Miami, a little cooler on the coast at 25. The interior getting up to 28, 29. Orlando about 30 degrees right now. Jacksonville 27. Going up to Atlanta 20 degrees. Charlotte, North Carolina 17. Grandma B's house coming in at about 15. Virginia Beach about 13 right now. Philadelphia 12. Gets a little cooler the further north we go. 12 in New York. And Boston about 9 degrees right now. So that is not so bad. And then we will go over here and take a look at Cancun, 27 degrees right now. Mexico City at 21. Acapulco coming in at 28. But again, we see some very, very hot spots. 40 degrees in some places, and in the central Mexican region, so not bad. Guadalajara at 30 degrees, so that's a pretty cooking if you ask me. And looks like the Yucatan Peninsula quite warm as well. A little bit of a colder breeze coming in off the coast, I guess, for the most part. Looking at what we've got here in Colombia on the lower elevations, 34 for some of the highs that we see in there, pretty awesome, and lower than that in most of the other areas. And we are seeing very, very hot temperatures, 33, 32, 33 there in Venezuela as well. Coastal areas a little bit cooler, of course, and the interior of Colombia getting those high temps as well. Looking at what we've got in Brazil, up on the top here, 32 in some spots, and some generally decent temperatures throughout. 26 in Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo coming in at about 23 right now, and about, I guess, 24 to about 26 degrees for majority of Bolivia, other than in the mountains. And the same thing goes for Paraguay here, and then of course Argentina has got some spotty effects here with some 27, 28 in some spots, but most of it a little cooler today. 19 in Buenos Aires, and Paysandú coming in at about 19 as well. And that's what we've got there, so not bad. And we do see the warmth just about all the way down. It's not really all that warm, but we do see some of that cold air blowing across the mountains. And Chile, of course, being a lot colder, as Santiago coming in at 20 degrees right now. Sliding over, taking a look at New Zealand. Again, a west coast, fairly cold, and the single digits for the most part. And Christchurch coming in about 19. We do see the eastern side of the South Island a lot nicer shape and temperature wise. And 17 in Wellington. We do see some 20s, 21s going up the eastern coast. Taupo coming in at about 16 degrees right now, not that warm. And looking at Auckland, about 21 degrees. Let's see, no need to worry about Grandma B or me for that matter. The storms are supposed to fizzle out as they pass over North Carolina and Virginia. Well, we'll get to those in a couple of minutes there. We'll find out what's going on, Mars. No worries. We're going to have a look. 14, 15 in Hobart, top end, only about 17, 18 at the most. So fairly a cool day there. Melbourne, only about 16 right now as well. Adelaide, a little bit warmer at about 18, 19. Getting up to Sydney, seeing about 22 degrees there. Home of Oz is coming in at 28. She's got a nice place there that is warm. I like that. 34s out in the outback is not beating the 35 and 36s that we had in Mexico. So Mexico so far holding the hot spot. And we are seeing a 16 there in Perth. Looks like about 28 out there in Fiji. A little cooler in Tonga, but not by much. And then New Caledonia, 26 to 28, pretty normal. 28, 29 in Vanuatu, normal. And looking at what we see in Papua New Guinea, it looks pretty normal. Little cooler maybe, just by a degree or two on the southern end of the island. The north side still hitting that 30 mark. Eastern Indonesia, not bad. We do see a spinning system right there. That's always trouble. And looks like pretty normal temperatures for our Java area, anywhere from about 22 to about 25. Same thing goes for most of Sumatra. Bangkok, not that hot today, coming in at 27, 28 degrees. And there you go. Thank you, Sue. And about 28 there in Manila. And some circulations happening around here as well. It's always stormy. Looks like a little cooler there in Taiwan. And the bottom end of Japan, not looking as warm either. Only 13 right now in Kagoshima. And when we move over, we see about 13 in Tokyo. We see this low kind of drawing all that air from the Sea of Japan right through in this area, making it cooler. Hopefully they'll get that northerly flow again and get warm. Kamchatka Peninsula, anywhere from 0 all the way down to about minus 16, 18 up on the top end. So depending on where you are, that's what we've got going on. And taking a look here, pretty normal for Sri Lanka. Delhi coming in at about 16 right now. And high sitting on top of Madagascar. That'll help them a bunch and stay pretty regulated. We see 15 at Cape Town, a little cooler down in South Africa. Central regions about normal. We do see the temperatures are starting to go up in the Sahara Desert. Not really hot. Looks like UAE is finally warming up again, 23 to about 25 degrees. Southern end of Saudi Arabia also warming up. A little bit warmer there in Oman as well. And about the same thing for Yemen. Moving over a little bit, we see Cairo about 14 degrees right now. And still a little bit of cold up here in Algeria. And up in the top tips of Tunisia, as well as some in the higher elevations of Morocco. So that's what we got there. And Baghdad coming in at 17, and we see about 7 degrees there at Malatya in Turkey. Adana coming in at about 14. Let's take a look and see what Piggy's temperature is. Probably about 16 degrees there, 15 or 16 for Piggy. And 14, okay, a little cooler. 13 in Athens, and then sliding over to where it should be warming up, Radanzo coming in about 11 or 12 degrees. And that is pretty awesome. Thank you, Sue. And let's take a look here. Naples coming in at 15. Rome 13. A little cooler in Milano today at 9. And skipping across, we see some warmer temperatures along the coast. Really nice to see that in Spain is starting to warm up. 11 degrees in Madrid. Lisbon over here coming in at 12. In Portugal, and then of course Aurelio's house 7 degrees. We still see some fairly warm weather coming across the bottom end here of France. And Nantes coming in at 7. We see Paris at 5. Munich at a 5. Frankfurt is a 5. Cologne coming in at 4. Van Kunkelshaus 3. And Brussels coming in at about a 3 as well. Luxembourg 3, 4, 5 degrees depending on where you parked your UFO for OFU Lux. And Amsterdam 4 degrees, going over Berlin 4, Hamburg 2, getting up to Copenhagen 0, Aarhus is 0 or -1, going up a little bit more, -6 up in Oslo, -3 in Stockholm, we got -1 in St. Petersburg, Moscow coming in at about +3. England really quickly coming in at 4 degrees in London. Looks like a little bit cooler in Wales. Leeds coming to about 2 degrees. Glasgow 1, Aberdeen 1, a little cooler in the interior and highlands there of Scotland. Dublin 2 degrees. And Irish Monk's Place about 7 degrees. 6 or 7, somewhere in that category, so that is pretty awesome. And sliding over here, looking at Iceland, very cold still, very, very cold. -2 there, and -2 or -3 there in Reykjavik, depending on where you're standing. And the ice fields, of course, here, -17 in some spots. Windy as all get out. They've got a low sitting here churning everything up, and that is causing some problems. Okay, I want to turn on the precipitation map real quick, and I want to see these storms here. Okay, so looking at this stuff coming across, and that can definitely cause some problems. I don't see anything out here in North and South Carolina as so much. We do have these, this tip going into South Carolina, but this area is prone to getting a bunch of tornadoes as well. So that is something that we got to watch out for, and that of course is through Mississippi, Louisiana, and then of course you're going into Alabama and Georgia. Georgia, of course, reported many tornadoes before, so this is nasty, this storm, and hopefully it won't be anything too bad for the good people there. Let's take a look at what we got here. We got this snow in Alaska, just coming off of the Bering Strait area. And we see this storm, well, this circulation, it's not really a storm, so most of that is getting Vancouver Island and the Queen Charlotte's and the the inland side of northern part of Vancouver Island. So that is in there. We do see some snow in the interior of British Columbia, as well as along the foothills of Alberta and going down into the Alberta-Saskatchewan border as well. We do see some snow in northern Ontario, and of course up in the Hudson's Bay area. That's what I was looking for. And Quebec getting nailed with snow, lots of snow. Not so bad around the Great Lakes. We do see Chicago's got a storm happening, and hopefully that will clear out and weaken and go out to the west, and that'll be all right, or east. Sue, are you getting snow right now? I'm just curious. We do see this here, and break time. It's break time, and we will finish off with the weather after the break. I'm just curious if you're getting snow there, Sue, and hopefully not. Looks like they are up here though, big time. Possibly it's dark. Okay, hopefully everything will be okay. Anyway, yep, looks like some snow on the western side of North America, and a little bit of a rain, and there we'll continue on from our South American assessment after the break. So let's put you back onto some lava. I'm going to go take a break. We'll finish off with precipitation after the break, and we'll go from there, and then we'll find the coldest temperatures on the planet. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Don't go away. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Thanks. there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And I'm going to pause our lovely lava, and we're going to head back over and take a look at our weather. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars, and I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. And thank you, Susie, for the welcome back as well. Let's go back over here and take a look at the South American stuff where we left off. So we are seeing a bunch of rain all over Colombia, very little in Venezuela, maybe up in the mountainous areas and interior. Looks like rain all over Ecuador and most of Peru. And of course, there in the Amazon, they are getting a bunch of rain, and the other areas as well. Going out towards the eastern side, we do see some stormy stuff for Brazil, and looks like a lot of places in Bolivia are getting wet, the same as Peru, and 2/3 of the northern part of Paraguay getting nailed with rain as well. And looks like the northwestern corner of Argentina has got some rain up to the mountains. Looks like not so much rain in Chile until we get down to the bottom end in those fjords where all that stormy stuff always happens. And looking at what we see, possibly some rain in Sao Paulo, nothing in Rio de Janeiro. We do see a nasty storm out here in the Atlantic Ocean, and not to be trifled with. And looks like Buenos Aires has got nothing, Paysandú has got nothing, it's dry there. And yeah, bottom end here, I'm looking pretty rough. Let's slide over to New Zealand and take a look. There is some more rain on that west coast, keeping those temperatures down. That's what we're seeing, and that flow that they're getting from that low or whatever's down here is pushing that cold air along there. So that's what's happening. We see some rain in central portions of the North Island, central and northern portions. So that's what's happening in New Zealand, and not so much rain there in Tasmania, but looks like raining in southern portions of our wonderful, is that Queensland down here? Anyway, yeah, lots of rain, just about the whole area. And we see that system going all the way up across the country. So some rain sweeping across there in Australia. That is probably well deserved and needed. We do see some thunderstorms to the west of Sydney, and to the east and the north. So some stuff going on there. Brisbane looks dry, and most of the rest of the northeastern portion of Australia looks dry as well, same as the south and west. Going up, looking at, where's Fiji? A little bit of rain in Fiji. Looks like possibly Tonga and that area are dry today from the looks of things. Same with New Caledonia. Vanuatu is just sitting below that low, and that is what's going on there. Looking at Papua New Guinea, we do see a low sitting here, and I don't know, these storms, not that big though, getting some areas on the southern side of the islands wet. We do see this stuff sitting out here in the Indonesian area. Definitely some storm action happening there, and looks like we've got the same kind of thing happening all over Indonesia's Sumatra, as well as Java, going up into some of the other countries here, and a little bit in Thailand, and not that much. And of course the Philippines southern end getting more than the north. Not so bad in Taiwan. We do see some rain on the western side of the bottom end of Japan, and then once we get up to our northern islands, we see this nasty system here. Again, what is it? Corel? No. I get it. Yeah, these islands. Anyway, the disputed islands is what I call them. They're getting nailed, and of course we've got northern portions here, Sapporo, maybe getting some rain and snow. Nothing on the Kamchatka Peninsula, and there we go. Looking at India, not bad. A few little wet spots. Even though we've got that high sitting over top of Madagascar, and we're still seeing it raining there. That's odd. And we see this system coming in here, just hitting the bottom end of Mozambique and South Africa's northeastern tips. And then we see rain throughout the central portions of the jungle areas of Africa. And then we go back over here. What? Rio Beach, WX, I've been the movies. Movies? I want to be a movie star. Not. Looks like not much rain. Saudi Arabia's got a little bit in there. And then, of course, seeing some rain in Iran and Iraq and the eastern parts of Turkey and Syria. So they are getting some rain there. Probably need that too, though, because that is usually a fairly dry place. And looking at Piggy's Island, not getting anything there. Looks like not that much weather happening in Sicily either. Central portions of Italy, though, Rome and Naples, those areas are getting nailed. And it looks like we've got a bunch of systems inland here all the way into Hungary from, what is it, Albania here, or that's down here. Anyway, they're getting nailed there a little bit in the northern part of Sardinia and that area. Not much in Spain, and just across the mountain ranges here. Interesting. And of course some showers in a lot of places in France, and then again lots of precipitation in the Alps. Germany definitely has some stuff going on there. So southern portions, looks like Berlin and Hamburg and those areas are dry. Northwestern area fairly dry. Looks like pretty dry in Belgium and Holland as well. A little bit of snow in some places there in Denmark. Not so good. And we go up and take a look at what we got along the Norwegian coast. Go figure, snow and rain. And we are seeing Stockholm getting some snow, Helsinki as well, St. Petersburg. So that whole system there, they've got that low sitting there doing its thing. Looking at England, not too bad. Some isolated showers here and there. Same thing with Wales. Snow flurries from Leeds on up to about Glasgow. And isolated areas up in Scotland. And a few spots of rain in Ireland. Nothing too severe. And then here we see that other low that is sitting on the edge of Iceland's southeastern portions there, and that is bringing snow to the, I guess they call it the eastern half of Iceland. That is what we see. And again, kind of just peeking in on what's going on here in the United States. A few spots down in the bottom of Florida, but nothing too severe. And this storm system coming through, that is definitely to be reckoned with. So we've seen these before, and they can do some bad damage. and hopefully this thing around Chicago will ease up as well. And we did see a bunch of snow out here in the western U.S. Isolated spots though, so Salt Lake City just on the cusp of it, and we see some spots in Nevada, and of course Oregon and Washington, those places. So that's kind of it for our weather. The only thing left is let's take a look for our cold temps today, and we'll see what we've got for the bitter cold. I haven't looked yet, so this is going to be fun. Minus 57 so far, 58, 60, right in here somewhere. Minus 63. Let's see what we got. The search is on, and minus 67, and going for it. Pardon me. 67. I seen a 68 there for a second. Where did it go? 67 so far. Oh, there it is, a 68. Do we have a 69 in here? Let's take a look and see if we can find a minus a 69. 66, 67, 67. Looking for a 69. 67. And we had 68. Come on, where's a minus a 69? We gotta find a minus a 69. 67. Darn it, and not in that area. I wonder if we have something further down here. Doesn't look like it. I think I'm going to have to live with a minus a 68 that I found there. So let's, I think I will leave it as that. I'm trying to find a minus a 69 or minus a 70 could be really tough. There's that 68 right there. So I'm not seeing anything colder right there. Yeah, I'll leave it as a minus a 68, and we'll take a look in Greenland and see what we can find there. Greenland should be nice and warm. We got minus a 46 already. 46 there again. Oh, a minus a 47. Where did you go? A minus a 46. Oh, there's a minus a 48. Minus a 48 so far. And looking for something colder than a minus a 48. Okay. There's a 47. Scanning and looking, a minus a 48. And let's zoom in on that minus a 48 and see if there's a minus a 49 around it. Nope, it looks like a minus a 48. Pretty solid. A minus a 47, 48 that way. 47, 48. Yeah, so I think a minus a 48 is going to have to be what we might have to go with. Minus a 48. Let's just check up north here. No, I don't see anything colder. Minus a 48. Yeah. Let's use that minus a 48. Let's take a look at the Canadian North, and we'll maybe find something really cold in here. Minus a 34 is not very cold. Almost t-shirt weather. Minus a 31. No, what about here? Minus a 31. That ain't gonna cut it. I'm gonna have to go way up north here. Minus a 34. Minus a 34. No. Oh, what about this spot? Minus a 35, a 36. Oh, and there's a minus a 37. Do we have a minus a 38? We've got minus a 37, looking for a minus a 38. And what about in here? Isolated spots, maybe? No. Top of that mountain? No. Let's see. Anything else catching my eye? Minus a 34, 35 right there. 35 just on the edge of that. No, minus a 38. Or what is it? Sorry, is what we're looking for. We got minus 37, so let's see if we can find a minus a 38. Looking at the rest of the map, though, it looks like it's actually warmed up quite a bit there. Yeah, not seeing it. Okay, I'm gonna say a minus a 37 so far, and that is what we got there. And we'll take a look and see what we can find in Russia. And Russia doesn't look good. Not good at all. What do we got out here? A minus a 34 already. And let's see. Minus a 34. There's a minus a 37. There's a minus a 38. Do we have a minus a 39? No, minus a 38. What about over here in this cold spot? Minus a 36. So we've got a minus a 38. Let's see. Oh, and that a cold spot minus a 36. Nothing colder there. What about the coastal areas here? Looking at some of those isolated spots again. And 32s. No, that's no good. That's no good. Zoom back out. Look at the top of this one here. Some cold spots. 33s. 32s. No. No. So far we got minus a 38, and we're looking for colder. And I don't know if we're going to find it. Minus a 31 is not going to do it. And looks like Russia has warmed up for the most part. Yeah, I think we're going to have to live with minus a 38. That is not very cold, considering the igloos will start melting soon. All right, knock, knock, knock. What? Kim Raudenbush, we see you. Races through at Mach 6, sonic booms, thumbs up, and is miles away by the time a Doc reacts. Sure. Sharon Stewart says, I found a minus 68, 64, or sorry, 46. What? We have a tie. Sue is exactly the same temperatures. All right. Wow, I didn't get a first or second or third degree beating today. That is awesome. And thank you, Sue. And I appreciate you taking it easy on me. Like you have a chance, right? And that is all cool. So thank you very kindly, Sue, and appreciate you going out and feeding those animals. That is wonderful. Let's continue on with wrapping up the stream for today. And it has been very nice. We got on my screen here showing 115 likes. And so far 550 views of the actual stream. That's awesome. New Arctic Aware for Sue, sponsored by Winners. Yeah, there you go. And that is awesome. Anyway, thank you. Yeah, I know everybody always sees one more till I finish the stream, and then I go look myself, and I always see one less. On mine it says 115, so that is all good. Anyway, a big thank you to all of you for being here. I really do appreciate the entire Lava family, and I want to say a big thank you for our wonderful Irish monk who gifted 10 one-month memberships, and also Scott Hartman who gifted 5 one-month memberships. Thank you for those. You guys are awesome that way. Appreciate the support. And don't have any other super chats. That's fine. Big thank you to Sue for helping out with sending the reports and stuff. That is always awesome. Well, guess the like button can't handle that big of a shock wave. Maybe. And thank you to Sharon Stewart for keeping track of the temperature scores, and thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields, Texas. Thanks everyone, and all awesome. It is a Sunday, so have the rest of your Sunday, and hopefully you'll have an enjoyable one. Be good and take care of yourselves. And I know it's Monday in many places already, so be good with your Monday as well, and keep a smile on your face. Remember, it takes 4 muscles to smile, and it takes 12 muscles to frown. So be the lazy humans, like we all are, and smile. On those friendly notes, thanks again, everyone. I do appreciate all of you, and thank you for the support. And we will be back at regular times tomorrow. And this is where Bob would cue in and type in VolcanoX just by itself to give the actual times. All right, Bob? Bob, cue of the VolcanoX. No? Oh, he's not getting it. There he is. There you go. And that'll bring up the times. And that is awesome. And no, you got it the first time. And there it is again with a lowercase. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. That is awesome. And there you have the times for the streams. And that helps out a little bit for those who need to know. And on those friendly notes, it's really time to wrap things up. So take care, everybody. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, members. Thank you, Lava family, period. And remember, tomorrow we're going to have a look at what transpired there in Hawaii. And that's going to be our next little learning video that we get to do, and of course that is a compliments of EarthScope Consortium, and that is really awesome, and that's in conjunction with the USGS. So since we've got permission to use that material, that is all cool, and gotta love it. So be good, be kind, take care, everyone, and we'll see you all tomorrow. And please, please, make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. And good night, and take care, everyone. Oink, oink.